Hello, and welcome to another episode of Comet Tales. If you're new to our adventures, I am your host, Oliver Oswald. I'd like for our amazing players to introduce themselves and their characters. Let's start with Maris Oram playing his character, Valentine Vonderheist.
Hello, everyone. I'm Maris. I am a Celestial Dragon VTuber. I usually do story time streams, but usually I just talk about all things books and literature. And it's a good time. I also run my own D&D campaign called The Trial of Hearts. It's an ode to all things romantic fantasy, so stop on by every other Wednesday for that. But here for Comet Tales, I play the very posh Valentine Vonderheist, the party gunslinger, and she is going through it, TM. So
She is absolutely going through it. In fact, we're all kind of going through it just a little
we are
bit.
all going through it, experiencing the horrors together.
Up next, we have Lily Faywood playing her character, Lyra Vonderheist.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lily, and as Oliver said, I'm playing Lyra Vonderheist, the astrologian constellation snake lady. You know how that's the gist of it. But as for myself, I am a aspiring artist that draws a lot of D&D stuff, as well as occasional art and comics on trans stuff. I also run my own campaign. There's now 2 sessions live on my YouTube channel, which is just Lily Faywood. Should be able to hopefully find it on that. But the name of the campaign is Mistwalker's Spectrum of Eternity. Very, very excited to be bringing this one back. But yeah, I think that's what I've got.
Unfortunately, our lovely Beatrix Bunny could not be here today to play her character Zuza Silvana because today is her birthday and she's currently celebrating in her own unique way. But we miss you, B. We love you, B. If you see this VOD, we love you. We hope you're having a wonderful birthday. Up next, we have Azura, the Azure Dragon, playing as her character Ashala.
Hi, my name is. Sorry. My name's Njura, the Azure Dragon. I'm a variety streamer and content creator. Currently slowly getting back into the streaming scene. Playing a lot of games. I know my next stream I'm going to be playing a bit of Final Fantasy XIV, if you like your MMOs. I also play RPGs like Pokemon, and maybe the occasional shooter here, like maybe Dark Tide, or maybe even... I play all sorts.
You do, and you recently. This is like 2 weeks old news, but you got partner recently.
No. Oh dear.
That's so exciting.
That's so exciting. We're so happy for you.
Yay!
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, it's definitely amazing streams all around. Please go check out Maris's D&D games. Go check out Lily's games. Go check out B's games. Go check out Azura playing Everything Everywhere. A very special thank you to our the people who helped make this possible. Special thank you to Burrowbound and Distant Echoes for providing us with the soundtracks that we use. In fact, the current song that you're listening to is from Burrowbound. Thank you to Vesper Fortune for lore consulting. And of course, special thank you to Kaylin Frost, also known as Frog Shop, for all of the character artwork that you've made in these several sessions. In our last adventure, Ashala had taken some time to recover from the stress that had overtaken her with the attack of Camraelth, the lunar dragon. Taking some time to herself, she was able to listen in and discover the truth of Quill and Mist's background, along with the rest of her captains, as well as finding out some things that she might have liked to find out on her own. And took some time to just meditate and become more true to herself. She spent some time with young Mist, who had some very peculiar questions about the nature of being alone for Ashala. Before long, Ashala decided perhaps being alone wasn't the best possible thing, and reunited with her companions. It wasn't long after that Mist would take some time to go and speak with Maris as well, to discover the true nature of what it means to be special. With Valentine had given an exceptional inspiration to Mist, and felt like she had better understood her place in the universe. Before long, the crew had traveled to a Red Star, a home of a Federation outpost, but had decided that ultimately it was best to consider staying on course, fleeing away when suddenly an Illithid invasion force had begun to attack the Federation outpost. Escaping into safety, or so it would seem, there was a sudden attack by harpies, also known as Metia in this realm. They are creatures of entropy who feed on hope and despair and terrible emotions. But with the party's help, they were successfully deterred. And before long, the party had finally arrived at their true destination, the Githyanki Rift. It was here that Quill and Mist said goodbye, opening up the rift and traveling to a different time and a different place. Perhaps to see the party again in a different fate. But for now, the party had arrived at their destination and opened the portal to the Chaos Rift. Upon stepping inside, they discovered a lush, purple, rolling landscape of floating islands in the midst of a void. Off in the distance, the wonderful realms, all visible from this place between places. And before long, the party was apprehended and brought before the Justil Kithrak Fiden. Azura, choosing to hold on to the gift that she was given, refused the Kithrak's offer, and thus began a difficult conflict against the Githyanki soldiers. Unfortunately, this battle had taken a heavy toll and had successfully defeated Zuza, who was thoroughly killed. But with the powers of Lyra, she was able to be brought back with the light of a beautiful star. Ashala, on the other hand, felt the call of her quest. She stepped back to her childhood home and found that the soul cluster that she had with her all along was in fact her mother. After a dear and long-awaited heart-to-heart, Ashala freed her mother's soul to go into the realms beyond and stepped forward to find the weapon, prophecy. It is here that we return. Ashala, you have just recovered prophecy. You are within the burning remains of your home, untouched in the many years that you have been gone due to the preservation of the Astral Rift.
She'll reach down to what was pointed out last time was like one of her old destroyed teddy bears that has been thoroughly decapitated. And so
Yes.
pick it up and just kind of like look it over and just kind of like reminisce over it. And just her gaze just wanders around and just feeling this disparity between not knowing about this for the majority of her life and now just having all these memories flood back to her. She's happy, but also sad, very confused, very emotional, and and still has tears streaming down her face from the emotional whiplash that was her reunion with her mother, and is just now contemplating in this place of familiarity yet isolation in a sense as well, as she wanders about slowly remembering all the bits and pieces about the place, like all the bits of furniture, even the old destroyed armor set hanging up against the wall, even the place where she used to sleep when she was a child, when every night she had come home late after venturing around the place, or what little there was to explore, would always find herself back in her mother's arms and finding herself drifting off to sleep every night in complete comfort, in safety, and now having to deal with the fact that she doesn't quite have that anymore. At least, not quite the same, at the very least. Before, after spending maybe 10 minutes, 15, reminiscing, the isolation starts to kick in, and then her attention, after peering down at the sword that her mother has left behind for her, pondering on it for a good solid while, before she turns to make her way out of the doors. Turning back once more, and seeing all the memories as when she was a child with her happy family, for it to fade back into the disheveled mess that it is now, ready to say goodbye to it finally, before she starts to head back to the group.
Lyra and Valentine. The two of you were a little bit concerned still over Zuza, and not much longer after she was brought back from the brink of death did she return and pass out once more, but this time at least breathing as much as an entity that doesn't need to breathe will breathe.
I think she's stable at the very least.
I can imagine her body must be in quite the state of shock. How are you okay, Lyra?
She kind of takes a look down, having not really thought of herself too terribly much in these moments, and just kind of notices that there's now like a pretty serious scar basically going right across like her chest. I think so. It's a little difficult, but I feel, well, at least mostly all right. Just a little, well, a little shocked. Suppose it's not the first time that I've had a sort of near-death experience, but I would like it to be the last.
Valentine attempts to put on her very practiced smile. The mask that Lyra is very used to seeing from her older sister, and Valentine just finds that she can't. She doesn't have the heart for it, and she just cracks and says, I've never been so scared in my whole life.
She'll just go over and hug her sister, of course. Hey. I think I got a little ahead of myself, and I apologize. Maybe I was too confident and overly confident, but I'm really glad to be here.
What have we gotten ourselves into, Lyra? It's just all so much, and oh, I'm so glad that you're okay.
I don't mean to worry you, of course. We are we are doing some wild things, aren't we?
This
Just
this adventure that I proposed for us is quickly becoming much more than I ever bargained for.
I mean, we only wanted really to find out where I came from. And now here we are dealing with all sorts of, well, horrifying people that would cut one of us in half without a second thought. I think maybe next we can try and go to where my lead was.
Well,
I'm a little scared though, but
well, you're not the only one amongst us who is searching for answers. I'm sure as horrific as today has been, it's been of utmost importance to our co-captain.
if anything, I'm a little worried about her. I don't know. I just hope that she's alright. Didn't get to take a good look.
I'm sure with time, she'll let us know.
As the two of you ponder over Zuza, the sound of leaves being crunched in the distance comes from behind you, and you turn around to see Ashala slowly approaching a dark object within her hands.
And a cracked crystal in the other.
Is everything alright? That's what you came here with, right?
As you look at it now, you notice that the crystal no longer has the gleaming purple glow that was once within it. It's now something of a dull, dark purple that seems to reflect much of the environment around.
Did you find what you're looking for?
I found that and more. Too much more. I remember my mother now. And all this time she was with us. and I didn't even know it. As she drops the empty crystal onto the floor.
Oh.
She was with us the entire time, and I cautioned myself and kept my distance, and it wasn't until I finally got back to the house, my old family home, that something clicked with me and this crystal, and it broke. She appeared before me, and the memories flooded back ever so stronger. I only got to spend so much time with her before she had to go. And the worst part, all this destruction, all this death, is done by none other than my own father. The new ruler of the Gith.
I don't rightly fully have words for that.
He destroyed my home, my family. I can't stop now. I don't know about you three after what you suffered here, and I don't blame you. But I want him to taste what his ambition has brought him. And I'm going to feed it to him. After that, I don't know.
Well, I can't speak for anyone other than myself. This whole adventure, this whole journey, it's grown to be so much bigger than anything I could have ever concocted. We set out, Lyra and I, for answers. And it's only brought up infinitely more questions. And I've never felt so very small in all my life, knowing how big the universe is. So, I don't know what use I could possibly be in your quest for righteous vengeance. But I'm certain you won't get anywhere by yourself. So, as terrified as I am, if you need a crack shot, then I can be of some assistance.
Thank you.
If I may, I don't know if I've ever really been more terrified than I am right now. But, well, I think we're all stumbling into things that we just simply can't can't get through alone. If you had come here by yourself, no doubt it would have been different. If anything we would have done, it wouldn't have worked. You yourself, I hesitate to bring up negative memories, but, well, we found you on that ship, and, well, since then things have been pretty okay, at the very least. Some scares here and there, but okay is a good baseline, I think. I'm just a little noble stumbling her way about this world, but I think it's at least been a bit brighter when we've been together.
We didn't do any of this alone, and we'll continue to do so. We made it through.
Mm.
And from here, we only need to keep getting stronger. Together.
Right. Can I ask one thing?
Of course, Lyra.
The way you spoke about your father, I'm sure that he deserves it. But you're always the calm and collected one. I don't want you to lose that side of you, even in pursuit of all this. Okay?
Okay. He has something coming. I'll promise you that. For selfish ideals, as one for power, something will be done. But I promise you, Lyra, that it won't be at cost to me.
That's right. After all, we're stronger together. And you are a part of that together. She's giving you just like this very soft smile with just like a little bit of like hesitation in her brow, but she's trying to help.
Mhm. She puts the blade that she had in one hand and sheaves it for now. Well, rather, I should say the hilt. It's not ignited right now. And you probably didn't see it initially, but she also did have a decapitated stuffed teddy under her arm, which she also put away, probably tucked under a belt, and put the head in a bag. But then, seeing you two like close enough together, and feeling it's the moment to do so, without a word, she will very much lunge for the both of you, wrap an arm around each of you, and put you all in for a hug.
Oh, group hug.
The silence in the monastery.
Violent Valentine's a hugger. She will give a big hug back.
Aww.
As much as Lyra can, given her status.
I'm crying again. Ugh.
And for a small moment in the quiet remains of the monastery, there's just a bit of a moment of peace, even deeper silence that the monastery had not known.
Is this all here? Do we?
I don't know. The crystal's broken, Lyra, as she slowly pulls back. I don't know if that's what it means to release the crystal, but I don't really understand as to why the Weaver wanted us to do this. I don't see a rhyme or reason for how this helps him.
I have to imagine that for someone with plots and plans and ambitions like the Weaver does, the more powerful allies he has, the greater chance of success. So, if that includes awakening the memories of, quite frankly, by the sounds of it, a demigod, that's a powerful ally indeed.
Oh, you would be like a demigod, wouldn't you then? With your father being who he is.
Scar, I don't believe in such things. He might have been my father once, but he was but a man. Whatever he is now, he isn't even a man. He's just a monster. Especially if all he could ever think about was to destroy every reminder of the man he once was. And I don't consider myself no demigod just because of that either. If anything, I find the idea repulsive.
Godlike powers not enough to tempt you, Ashala?
Not when it's tied to a man who has no heart, my dear.
Well, that's the difference, isn't it? He threw away his heart. And you won't.
No, I won't.
Do you need
What if-
do you need any healing or anything? Is there something? Are you all right?
Physically, I'm perfectly fine. Emotionally, I think I'm coping, as I think some people call it.
Right. Well, granted, but from what at least I think we know about our family, we
Our
do
complicated
love
family.
complicated families seem to be in abundance here, even with poor Zuza. But if someone were to threaten our family, she'll look back at Valentine. I know we do whatever it takes. So, family does matter. Immensely.
Valentine gives a very firm nod. Just family first.
And your father's not included in that. I want to make that very clear. He threw away that long ago, from what you've described.
It's fine. Where one family is lost, I found another. And then from that, found another. Alas, you weren't my first family, nor were you my
it's
second.
all right. It's all right.
Well, I hope we last a little longer.
I hope. Oh, my word. Although I have so many questions, especially for my adoptive father if he knew anything about this. Because he was here. I remember that.
Well, then, sounds like you have the next lead.
I think so. I'm just hoping. I just hope the answers are what I'm looking for and not what I can't handle yet again.
You ponder where Skaith may be. And unfortunately, due to him being one of the most notorious pirates of the fleet, he's known for not sticking around in one place for too long, at least not long enough for anyone to recognize that he's around. He frequents the underside. He may occasionally visit a casino or a brothel. And otherwise, he's back off on his next adventure, potentially with a new crew, or with the same one that has been consistent with him this whole time.
I don't know what we should be doing here anymore. The soul crystal is destroyed, the soul's been released and presumably sent back to the afterlife. Back to the ethereal sea. Among the stars.
Maybe that weapon that you've got there was why we came here. If so, then mission accomplished?
I don't know. That just feels oddly bizarre, especially when I don't know what this item even is. I know it's extremely powerful from the brief moment I had upon it turning on. But since then, I haven't felt anything quite as keen as that. So I don't really know what this thing is.
Well, then sounds like another meditation session is in order. When you're available, of course. I'm
sure
Okay.
our sources also at the Black Meteors Guild might know a thing or two, given their extensive research and library.
Wait. The Weaver did have this in his possession for some time, correct?
It was owned by Finea.
This was what we got from the casino.
Also, as a bit of a minor refresher, Valentine, you will recall this. The task was to take the crystal, which was already filled, and release the soul in a place that would essentially purify the crystal. And what Ashala did bring back and toss to the floor is, in fact, the purified crystal that you are needing.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was broken.
So,
especially since
you're
the description
correct.
says- yes,
You are correct. There was a larger crystal that has been forming on each of the bodies that you can see around. Take for example the one that is on the walkway. That man in particular did not have a proper soul crystal, and because of that, a curse that has been laid upon the Gith as a whole has forced his soul to be taken and consumed in some way, shape, or form by the Illithid. However, because your mother had a rare artifact upon her that would preserve her soul, the crystal that you had held, that actually formed a purple crystal upon her and preserved her soul for a bit. Skaith recognized the value of it and had taken it with him and sought to keep it somewhere safe within the vaults. Technically, from your understanding, that may as well have been his vault. or at least an object of his possession within Phinea's vault. When the soul was released, the crystal had no purpose to remain and essentially crumbled into dust. However, the remaining fragment of it, which can carry a soul, remains.
Hmm. I mean, if that thing can still hold a vessel, I mean, I guess it still has a purpose. And I guess it was what he truly was after.
Better keep it close on your person then, I think.
Hmm. Yeah.
I think we should make a tactical retreat for now. Get Zuza on board to the doctor.
Agreed. I think we could all use a bit of rest, if anything.
And as you all
Agreed.
ready yourselves, you take one last look at the carnage you had wrought within the monastery in defeating your foe. Take a look at the shattered glass that may have once been a grand mural. The seemingly abandoned red dragon eggs. You take Zuza up into your arms and begin to make your way out, back towards the ship.
You mentioned abandoned red dragon eggs.
Yes, there are 2 red dragon
Two of
eggs. Yes. One of them is on top of a statue within the hand of a statue, and the other seems to be set within some type of fireplace or furnace.
You gonna take a red dragon egg?
I just find it bizarre that no one thought to, like, take these before.
Make me a history check.
I shall.
13, that's I'd say about enough. You are actually quite familiar with the minimal Githyanki custom of fostering and training red dragons. While ordinarily one of the most prideful of all dragon kind, and among the most intelligent even, it's likely that the warriors that you found here before slaying them were likely training and potentially getting ready to foster some of these dragons. As you recall, Githyanki squads are in groups of 10. The number of Githyanki that are here are actually in the number of 9, excluding the Kethrak that was slain earlier. One of them did escape on a red dragon, which is a bit unusual, but given that he may have been something of an important individual, perhaps his squad was meant for greater things, and to have not 1 but 2 red dragon eggs suggests that he was definitely high up in line of nobility, as far as Githyanki nobility goes.
I think Valentine is gonna see Ashala eyeing up the dragon eggs and has this little, like, mischievous glint in her eye and just, it would be quite the blow to your kinsmen, I think, if they were to be deprived of a couple of dragons. It seems to be quite the effective battle strategy for your people. And seeing as we have extensive experience in the rearing of dragon fledglings,
I think it only appropriate. Not just as a backstab to my deadbeat father, but also I think the term was what comes around goes around.
Something like that.
It took the kindness of some stranger to find me and raise me as one of his own before kicking me out to find myself in the world. I think it's only fair that such treatment should be given once more over. After all, we won't abandon him now, will we?
Lyra is like walking up to the other egg and kind of looking at it, kind of cocking her head back and forth a little bit. Just looks back at Valentine. Do you know if the one that I was in was smaller than this?
DM, how big are
Yes,
the eggs?
Make a history check.
I know.
Okay.
I was like, I knew this was going to lead into like you being like, "Hey, DM," but I just like, I like this.
Ooh,
Oh
6.
no!
I don't have a clue.
Lyra's a little bit bigger.
Okay, all right.
You were a child at a time. You thought it was this big.
Yeah, exactly.
I was
You-
like 6 years old.
You were certain that Lyra was an egg that was the size of you. So this thing is small and piddly, and you're not even certain that this will even turn out to be a good dragon, considering the size of it.
It's hard to imagine that a whole dragon fits in here because, frankly, your egg was considerably larger and you are so much smaller than a dragon, but nature does work its wonders, I suppose.
How could I have been a bigger egg than a dragon? Dragons are so much larger than me.
That's what I'm saying, but I assure you, I have a memory sharp as, sharp as flint. I recall very clearly you were a massive egg.
So you're saying Lyra's egg was thick?
Lyra's just like blushing at this point. Just like, I don't. Let's move on from.
She's just giving a very mischievous grin before picking up the egg.
Equivalent of showing your partner your baby pictures.
Yep.
Ashala, as you reach down to pick up the egg, it's very cold and very almost stone-like. You almost want to believe that it's not even an egg, but more of an artifact. If it wasn't for at least the minor shift that you felt within the egg as you picked it up amidst all of the silver shards of what was once decorative plating all over the entirety of the monastery. It is alive.
Had another thought. If we're going to be knowing Mist in the future, I'd like to think that maybe the ideal future of maybe Mist growing up with siblings might be kind of a nice thought, wouldn't you think?
I think it's a lovely thought.
Let's go with that. To a brighter future, eh?
Right.
Valentine picks up the other dragon egg and like a little mock toast with the egg. To a brighter future.
How heavy is that egg, by the way?
Valentine with her 0 strength, arms trembling. Not heavy at all, Lyra.
Easily able to tell through that bold-faced lie. Be like, okay, it's too heavy for me to lift. Got it. Thank you.
It's not the heaviest thing in the world, but you're definitely going to have your hands full.
If it's more than 5 pounds, she can't hold it.
You have pockets
That's true.
and bags and such.
No, I know. The other folks can properly hold it. Just Lyra can't with her hands.
We sadly conveniently do. We don't have a convenient a baby holder, you know.
Yeah.
We'll have to get a stroller for the eggs. One of those strap-on baby carriers like to wear on your stomach just for the eggs.
Gotta keep it warm.
Yeah.
You have to tuck it underneath your shirt too.
Keep it warm, toasty.
But yes, I imagine you're gonna load up the eggs into your sacks, your bags, your pockets potentially, if you have pouches that are large enough for them. And Valentine and Ashala are going to lift Zuza, begin making the trip home. Would anyone like to do anything else before leaving the realm?
I think Lyra would probably just glance over and just kind of take a look out amongst the stars, but just very contemplatively.
Make a perception
Just
check.
thinking. Okay. Bum. That's an 8.
As you look around for the stars for some guidance and just contemplation, you find that there aren't many stars to look at within this place. Many of them are very, very dim and far away. And you're almost left with something of a starless sky that is in a hue of a bluish color, but more blue and purple. You don't feel particularly different about it, but as you look around, you seem to notice a few bright lights in particular among the heavens. You start to wonder if those aren't stars, but instead perhaps different planes far, far away in this place between places. And it seems to almost absorb your thoughts as you're distracted while the others seem to begin to walk away.
I think internally she's just sort of taking this moment, just the vastness of the galaxy, and thinking about the doubt that Valentine had spoken of just like, by all rights we shouldn't even be here kind of thing. And just seeing the vastness of like space as a whole, it's just kind of like feeling a little bit more like this is still pretty cool when it comes down to it.
And before long, all of you begin to make your way back to the ship, resting just outside the rift. And as each of you step out back onto the vessel, you notice that your crew is still standing, waiting for you at the head of the ship. You're back already? Grova seems particularly confused.
And they just see us ragged and covered in like blood and guts and
Yeah,
wounds and
Alexander
dragon eggs.
Alexander is going to go, oh, good heavens, and gonna go run below deck to go grab the doctor. Robert is going to immediately rush up and help you lift Zuza. Is gonna take Zuza on his own.
Thank you, Robert.
What happened? You were gone for a couple of seconds, maybe?
Well,
That
let me
quick.
tell you, those seconds were very eventful.
It was almost an hour for us.
He shakes his head. You walked out, or walked in, then walked right back out. Almost like you never
Huh.
left at all. Well, evidently something happened here. And he lugs Zuza over his shoulder.
Valentine just groans because more time is a weird soup bullshit.
And Grova is going to hop up. He's gonna see the dragon eggs. Dinner! He's gonna
No,
hold out
no.
his two hands.
No, Mr. Grover, these are not for eating.
Oh.
I do apologize. But these are for protecting. You see, we are hoping to hatch us a pair of dragons.
And he holds his tummy, he looks down. Okay.
And you can't
can-
eat the dragons either.
Oh no, I won't. It's
We
just
can get you a burger when we get home, if that would make up for it.
Oh, I mean that's okay. You don't have to do that for me. You know, I just thought we were
With
gonna
a
have
nice
a.
big fried egg on top.
Oh, now you're talking my language. He gives a thumbs up as much as a frog can, and he sort of skips his way as much as a frog can. A big bumbling
Aw.
frog skips his way back towards the decks.
So
Would-
cute.
And Lyra's gonna look over at her co-captains and just be like, "Do you think you could leave the eggs in my room? I think I'm kind of built for this in some way, shape, or form."
You know, I didn't want to impose motherhood upon you, Lyra, but
It's
do
not motherhood.
I do think, you know, speaking of who best to keep the eggs warm, I do think you are rather suitably built for this.
I don't think it's. I'm not ready for motherhood, anything of the sort. It just made sense. That's all.
Yes, we can certainly do that, I think.
Valentine, maybe a perception check.
Oh, okay. Sure thing, DM. 14.
You feel a small vibration within your pocket.
Interesting. Well, it's been a eventful day, so I think you can imagine I'll want to turn in for the day and get some rest. So, Lyra, if you'll I'll leave the egg in your room.
Of course.
With that, Valentine is going to head below, drop off the egg in Lyra's room, make it a quick little impromptu nest of like pillows and stuff. Before heading into her own room, again making sure that any link to Eben and Echo are currently turned off. And she will pull out the communicator in her pocket.
As you open up the communicator, you see a message come across. Severe casualties. if you plan to do something, do it soon.
I assume this is in regard to the Federation post that was being attacked by the Nautiloids.
Yes.
Okay. These are two very conflicting messages that she's gotten. Because the
From
first
getting
one,
nothing we can do
yeah,
to
to please
heavy
help.
losses, are you doing
It's
something?
it's more of a, if you're planning on doing something, it's essentially, we just lost communications with them. And if you were going to do anything, now is potentially the time for you to step in if you can.
I think even though time is a luxury that it sounds like they can't afford, Valentine's gonna mull over that for at least the night before making any kind of snap decisions about providing assistance or trying to get the others to agree to provide assistance. So she'll tuck the communicator back in her pocket and linger in her room for a while, because she did give the illusion that she was tired, and so
To be
she'll
fair, I
ju-
think I think what we did say that after we're done here, I think we were going to go back there anyway to check how things were. So
okay.
we're already going back there from what I remember last time.
Yes.
Okay.
So, but whether we were going to act on it was a different story. So
Yeah. So she'll stay put in her room for a little while.
And would anyone else like to do anything before they sort of settle in for the evening? Randall is sort of waiting on the top deck, waiting for some additional direction, perhaps heading home, perhaps heading to the station, though he's not particularly interested in going to the station, given what we had seen earlier.
Seeing as I do have a dragon egg in my possession, after hearing that we'd probably leave them in Lyra's room, I would probably follow not too long after to leave my egg there. But before I do, I'll kind of like sit with them for like a little bit and just kind of contemplate why even the notion of bringing them up kind of like came to be, like if it was like sentimental, or she felt like she should have just done so regardless, or kind of like try to, like, in her own way, like, why did I give myself the responsibility of looking after kids? I'm terrible with kids. That kind of mentality. But then in her own mind, coming to the conclusion and saying aloud, whatever destiny you might have had with them might have been dashed. But I hope that with this new family, you'll have more of a degree of happiness than you would have had with them. As she kind of like softly strokes the eggs, somewhat affectionately, before she then takes one of the, probably like maybe some bed sheets or Lyra's blankets, and kind of just takes the time to nest them up and then further wrap them up before leaving the room to go and do her own thing in her own room.
Okay, Lyra, what would you like to do?
I think Lyra probably immediately heads to, like, I'm just gonna call it a powder room for a bit, and is just going to take a moment to undress herself a bit and just take a closer look at the scar that she now has.
Make a
And
medicine check.
just okay. The 22.
As you look across your body, you are feeling just the presence of just sort of like a stinging pain. And as you are just sort of going over any parts where you're more stardust than physical, you see a slight gash across one of those segments. And that part particularly burns and stings.
She'll kind of go, or like feeling that sting and gash, like inside of the gaseous parts of her. She's going to just let the arm sort of disapparate a little bit more than she normally has them. Normally, that's like the hands. And it's just gonna kind of let them just float off into the distance, just to try and like separate herself from the pain as much as possible. But definitely just taking a moment and just thinking to herself about, she put on a bit of a stronger face, but it's still very much thinking the idea that there's been 2 times now where she essentially was taken out of the fight instantly by warriors. And there's a noticeable, like, kind of just like, I have to be safer. Like, I cannot. I have to hide. I have to make sure that I'm safe because these people need me. And when I wasn't there, one of us died. And so she'll just take a second and just take that deep breath. And then just use her tail quickly to unlock the door. After putting her clothes back on, just go back to her room and just see the nest that's been made there for the eggs. And it's just going to kind of smile and just wrap herself up around them to give them as much warmth as possible before falling asleep.
And as you wrap yourself around these eggs, you give them your warmth for a bit. And it is essentially having 2 cold stones pressed up against your body as you try to sleep. It's a bit uncomfortable, but you're soft and cozy. You'll get over it. But the longer you seem to curl up with them, they seem to retain a little bit of your warmth and almost become a bit warm themselves, and it almost becomes more comforting the later into your sleep you go. In the following morning, it seems that the noise from the decks seems to be as per usual, just crew shuffling around. There is a sudden thump, and Chex calls out, "Ow!" seemingly waking everyone up as he makes his rounds on the upper deck.
I think as people are, beginning to rouse and congregate at the start of the new morning, Valentine puts on her literal and figurative captain's hat and gathers up the co-captains and the crew and just, well, good morning, everyone. I hope, given the excitement of our past few days, everyone got a good night's sleep. We have a choice to make regarding our next heading. And Well, considering the things that we saw on our way over here,
Hmm.
I hesitate to truly abandon anybody that might be in need of assistance. I don't like the idea of, well, not to put too fine a point on it, I don't particularly care for the idea of a illithid invasion in any capacity. I keep thinking about the Nautiloid ship that we saw.
Hmm.
Randall
Yeah.
And-
seems to squirm a bit where he stands.
I know that this is a foe that not many would want to face, so I understand the concern. But I don't want to be negligent in our duties as adventurers and heroes, and that is my captain's vote for where we should be going next.
Hmm. I do agree that the illithids aren't quite the same as our dear Felvoid from the Federation. At least not from what we were witnessing before. And from what little we know of illithids, it's never pretty for anybody involved. I would say I'd be pretty remiss to say that we ignore this situation, considering it's ongoing. But I also can't deny that we are but one vessel. Depending on how the situation looks, even if we want to, I get the feeling we won't be able to make anything or do anything particularly impactful in regards to the invasion itself. But that's not going to stop. I don't want to say that's going to stop us from at least surveying the situation at the very least.
I think that's very fair. I think upon our arrival, if we find it a situation far beyond our control, we merely survey and do not engage.
Agreed. We might be heroes, but we aren't exactly capable of fighting an entire war.
Save who we can, and then go from there.
You can see a bit of uncomfort and sort of apprehension from the crew, but overall, you seem to have roused their spirits to some degree. Chex is the first to speak up.
Well, Chex gets to shoot gun at Squid Ship. Chex is fine with it.
Robert, holding his sheath sword in his hands, sort of just sets it back to his side. His nervous habit of seemingly playing with the sheath coming to a close. Long as I'm getting paid, I trust you guys. Grova seems to kind of just look around and sees that the general opinion is favorable currently.
Well, I mean, could we get squid stuff? Maybe?
And he points his two fingers together, just a bit shy.
You'd like to eat an illithid, Grober?
No, I mean, everything can be yummy.
Well, I don't know how I feel about the consumption of sentient creatures, but shall we say if we happen to engage with an illithid and we manage to kill one, I won't stop you from eating it. Although I really can't recommend it, Grober.
Well, I mean, the bad part is like the tadpoles, so you just gotta take out the thing from the head.
And Randall is just gonna reach his hand and just cover Grobo's mouth. Frankly, I'm not particularly fond of the idea. However, being able to potentially save some people might be in our favor, and it would put us in good standing with the fleet and potentially the Federation. And he seems to just linger on it for a moment. Though they are the most significant force in the galaxy, as far as we're aware. I personally don't like our odds. And he seems to just trail off a bit in thought.
Well, as previously stated, if it seems like a situation out of our control, we will not be engaging. As much as I would like to help, I'm not about to risk the lives and well-being of my crew.
Eben will step forward at this point.
Indeed, I am in favor of our safety at all costs.
Well, then, those of you that are on navigation, just be ready to pump it as a moment's notice.
Eben gives a bit of affirmative nod. And Alexander seems to be just a bit silent amidst all of this. If anyone was feeling out of their depth, it's most certainly Alexander, at the very least.
As ever.
He
Yeah.
just seems to remain silent through all of this.
You have reservations, Captain Alexander?
No, it's, well, as you say, we'll be safe if we need to be. It's just a part of this whole grand design, a conflict that we are not quite prepared for. We're not fighting a war. And we're certainly not soldiers. He looks at Robert for a moment. Well, not all of us, but...
Hey, DM.
You have the DM's attention.
The grand design. I, as a player, know what this is, but I'm not sure how prevalent it is in just the general knowledge pool of Spelljammers.
All three players make me a history check.
Okay. I played Baldur's Gate. I know what this is.
I got a 15.
Azura is not currently here.
Oh, I just got a 7. I don't know
You
what
do
this is.
not recall.
You
The
didn't
grand
pay
design.
attention in our private tutoring.
What? I did. I'm sure that Ashala absolutely knows, given being a Gith.
At the turn of the phrase, Ashala gives a bit of a discomforted look. It's poor phrasing on Alexander's part, but she doesn't particularly mind it as she just thinks about it. But Valentine, in particular, the grand design, as you recall it, is the term used by the Illithid to dominate and subjugate the entire galaxy. And for a time, the Illithid were winning, until there was a major schism within the Gith, where they became the Githyanki and the Githzerai. There was an advent where the Federation had actually been one of the first civilizations that had come about, and began a war against the Illithid, and actually pushed them back to a pretty far corner of the galaxy, and much of the Illithid Empire has essentially been fragmented, which is why a lot of the time you will find various pockets of Illithid society just scattered throughout the galaxy, sort of becoming their own enclave. But the darker half of the galaxy, in particular, is believed to be almost entirely lost to the Illithid conquest, and every soul in that quadrant has been turned into an Illithid. Here, within the farthest reaches of frontier space, an Illithid invasion force is unlikely, but should be more of a sign altogether of potentially movement happening. Given what you have also just recently learned about the Gith in general, there's a chance that perhaps the Illithid are being forced to move out of their own territory as the Githyanki are making larger moves, as also potentially evident by the Gith moving into Finea's trade routes.
Yes. I understand your concerns, Alexander, but I feel this is important. If moves are being made, I think we should at least be there to spectate them and survey their movements.
I certainly have no objections. I'm just... It seems... Well, it just seems frightening is all.
It is. It is. I will grant you that. So, we must muster our own courage and do something that will hopefully be very helpful for many other people. Some things are a lot bigger than ourselves, gentlemen.
The crew as a whole just give a aye. And they all seem a little bit more enthusiastic, though with their own individual opinions on the matter.
Eben, I think we have our heading then.
Evan gives a nod and begins making his way back. Lyra. Go ahead, Ashala.
I'm back.
Okay, I was gonna say Lily just BRB'd.
Literally just took my seat, so.
Perfect
Oh,
time.
that's fair.
Yes, Ashala.
Could I do a rough history check on like how like the structure of nautiloids and like if I've like previously encountered them with either my father's Skef on his crew, or if I may have learned of them through various encounters before or after.
Yes, we actually made a check for you earlier when we were discussing the grand design. And you actually do have a bit of familiarity with nautiloids as a whole. You've come into contact with a nautiloid once before. And it was a particularly bad time. As far as you can remember, a nautiloid in general, depending on the type of nautiloid, can have somewhere between 5 to 4 floors. You'll typically have an underbelly that's very, very full of all sorts of brine that's used to grow tadpoles, and generally just to keep brains preserved in proceeding back towards an elder brain where they are fed. They typically have a crew station where the illithid that run the ship will typically be in stasis in between long periods of travel. Illithid will occasionally not travel through space and will actually just drift through actual space and not interact with the astral sea. Many of them have had very, very long careers and combat experience to draw upon. The one thing that you do remember, however, is that there is something that controls the nautiloid as a whole, known as the nucleus. And it's generally in the higher floors of the nautiloid, and deep within the shell, so you'll have to at least fight your way through to get to it.
Okay. In that case, if I have a rough idea how the floors are usually supposedly layered when it comes to a nautiloid ship, I would like to take the moment to gather the crew to explain that, hey, while we might not be preparing for combat, I want to at least teach you everything I know about them, so that if something should happen, you know where to shoot. Yeah. So, I want to basically make. I want to kind of like take command on that side of things with the crew, and basically give them the lowdown of what we know of the nautiloids at the very least.
Okay. Lyra, as the crew is sort of getting ready and running through drills, you spend some time just near Ashala just to sort of listen in to see if you can get any additional gleamings of information. And you feel that stinging upon your hand once again. But this time, you almost feel that's drawing you back towards the crack in the rift that you had created previously. Make me an Arcana check.
Can do. It's a 9. I am not rolling well tonight. Love it.
You aren't quite certain of what the magic was that had made it possible, but just out of curiosity, you go and you make your way towards the bow to sort of take a look. And you feel a sudden burst of energy as the rift begins to quickly close, and much of the seam seems to just draw in towards you, entering directly through the wound that you have, sealing it, but invigorating you greatly. And you feel your stars brighten. You feel powerful.
Did anybody else notice that? I have to ask.
I would say Ashala and much of the combat ready crew probably would have noticed that. Valentine, I'm not certain where you would be at this time.
I think Valentine would be a little closer to the helm, so probably not immediately visible to her.
Why did it do that?
It suddenly looked pretty bizarre, sweetie.
Randall
What
is going
exactly
to...
happened?
Can I... The wounds that I suffered. I don't know. There's something weird about them, and then that energy just went right into them.
Do
I
you
hate that it feels good.
Do you feel special in particular? Randall's just sort of just looking you over, glancing at your hands.
I mean, I suppose so, but it's just a warmth.
You mentioned wounds. Mind if I see where they were?
It's hard to explain, but she'll hold out her hands and just be like, as strange as it may seem, literally across my hand, but, well, what I put in place of my hand.
Ashala, make an Arcana check.
Sure. And you know what? Just to make sure, I will throw in an extra D8, as I'm very focused on this. So D8. Okay,
Oh.
19. That one made all the difference.
You are quite aware of your own culture, at least to some degree. You don't know the ins and outs specifically, but the thing that you do know is that silver swords are particularly renowned to disconnect souls when they are astral projecting. One of the most cruel things that the Githyanki and the Githzerai have essentially devised to combat the Illithid and any individuals who might risk being taken by the Illithid. Considering that Lyra is composed of the stuff where souls travel through, and that silver swords can cut clean through that sort of thing, perhaps they might have cut Lyra a bit more deeply than she might have thought previously. However, it seems like much of the wounds aren't there anymore. In fact, just a small scar is just lingering about the wrist.
I never really asked properly, but do you understand what comprises of some of your body?
Well, it may seem surprising, but no. All I know is that apparently whatever's going on here seems to be some sort of star chart, but what it really is, in terms of the makeup of my body, I don't have the slightest idea.
If I'm to presume that this is indeed an extension of yourself, this is a bit
I
of a
would
long
say so.
shot, but the Gith, from what little I know of them, do use specially made weapons to combat not only the illithid, but also those who would project themselves through astral form across the astral seas. To combat these threats and make sure that they do severe harm to those who would project themselves that way, they would make special swords that would not only cut the body, but the soul as well. What you might have had was one such fatal wound, my dear.
She's just going to feel like along, like on like a right below her collarbone of where like one of the major scars is that she now has. That's moderately horrifying. Oh,
Well, whatever
what a
happened, whatever happened seems to have fixed the vast majority of it. If you did have a wound there, hard to tell, admittedly.
right. I mean, I think it did. I just. Why that? Once again, we find ourselves in a situation where something happens with me, and I just simply can't help but be baffled by what makes me me.
Hmm.
I'm curious as
scary.
to what kind of lingering magic might have been left behind by Quill and maybe missed.
You think it was. That would make sense. That would make sense.
Hmm.
Very
Of
peculiar
course,
that
you
you
would
can
prepare for anything.
absorb magic like that. It's something that's not a known phenomenon as far as I can tell. Very peculiar. You may have to see what potential may have arisen from you. We do have some time before we make preparations to return back. Perhaps search yourself. See if you can find anything new.
Very well. That sounds like a good idea. Thank you.
Randall is just going to take a few steps back and just very intently just watch.
Just kind of reaches her hand and just sort of feels around the inside of her body and just like, going around to the heart and sort of feeling the warmth of it and just trying to double check everything feels like it did before, but just with a very, very gentle touch.
Are very warm. Not in an uncomfortable way.
All I can say is that it seems like whatever star is glowing inside of me most certainly seems to be brighter. That is my best guess.
Well, I had just expected something a bit differently. You did have a recent awakening of powers. I figured something else might have occurred, but let's not rush results. It's a new process for everyone. He gives sort of like a sheepish smile. Once more, Ashala, you had told us that there was something more interesting at the center of the nautiloid that we needed to focus on. We're sort of trying to bring the attention back towards the lesson that they're all in the middle of.
Quite. It goes by many names, but I believe the cerebrum was it the cerebrum? I'm trying to remember myself now.
I said in nucleus, but it's the same thing pretty
The
much.
nucleus.
We'll call it good enough.
The nucleus. Think of the nautiloid as a living creature. It's got a brain of sorts, where all the nerve endings and all the information are connected. And it's also where, effectively, the elder brain and the pilot of the ship would probably be focused there. If you effectively destroy the equivalent of the bridge, then at that point the nautiloid itself will be sent spiraling into, well, the vast abyss, the vast ocean that is the astral sea. So it's often better to try and aim for that particular area if we are to ever come across a nautiloid that either is on our tail or potentially surprising us. I'm hoping that at the very least surveillance will only be just that, but you never know when it comes to voyages in the astral sea. I mean, look at the frickin' lunar dragon that came out of nowhere.
And the rest of the training session seems to go off relatively without much of a hitch. Valentine, is there anything you'd like to do before the ship gets ready to set off?
Valentine is going to take a moment to herself. Not necessarily by herself, like she can do it on the deck. But she is going to be taking apart and meticulously cleaning each of her weapons. Very much just a bit of a nervous habit before getting ready for another potential fight.
As I recall correctly, did you end up leaving one of your weapons behind? I can't recall which one.
The bolter
I
gun,
don't-
right?
Yes.
Yes, the bolter.
That one. Yes, that one is still at the fleet because I wanted to get some modifications done.
Yes. You are able to go. You know what? Go ahead and make me a tinkering check.
Mm-hmm. That's a 26.
You're actually doing quite well with your weapons, and you actually feel you hear a slight voice in the back of your head. Recall that dwarf who had insulted your upkeep of your weapons. Isambard, the chief smith, and his mournful gaze. And you take exceptional care of your weapons. In fact, for the next time you go into combat, you will have a +1 to hit on all of your rolls.
Ooh. Thank you, DM.
And after the training session has been completed, the crew sort of settles back into their usual patterns and gets ready to make their way back through the Astral Sea on the path that you had traveled previously with the Harpies. Does anyone want to do anything in the couple of days, 2 or 3 days that you have traveling between stars to get back home? Well, closer to home, at the very least.
I, at the very least, feel Ashala will be doing a mix of two things. Probably one on each day, probably most likely. One of which probably to one of the things of note, I should say. One of which would be to actually check in on the eggs that we procured again. I'm assuming either while Lyra is caring for them or if they're unattended. I leave that to Lyra, depending on how much time she spends with them.
Lyra, how much time do you spend with the eggs?
I imagine she's not really put much effort into reading the wisdom book. So I imagine a lot of her days are actually spent just cuddled up, probably with the eggs, reading the book. Something about being with the eggs feeling a little sentimental to her, thinking about her own whatever her upbringing was while still inside of one.
Mm.
You actually are able to finish your book. I don't know if we had added your score already, but for now we can say we
I
can add
haven't.
your +2.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're sort of rereading the story of the monk that went through enlightenment. And Ashala seems to be walking in just to check on you and your eggs.
Yeah, so she's literally just like full length, just leaning probably back against a little cushion herself, but her full body is wrapped fully around the tail with just the fluffy part of her tail being against the eggs, just big old book in hand. Just,
Mm.
oh,
Yeah.
do you need something?
Oh, I was actually coming in to check on how you were doing with the eggs, seeing as you mentioned that you wanted to care for them.
I think they're doing well. I must admit I don't have much experience in the field, but the they seem to be at least maintaining some of the warmth that uh I provide. Sounds strange to say it like that, but I think that's the scientific way to put it.
Out of character. Oh boy, they're gonna feel way warmer in a bit.
Hey yo, hey
Ashala, excusing himself a little bit, closes the door behind her as she walks in and comes over to sit with Lyra and the eggs and kind of watches as well. I say watches, more like perceives like how she's caring for them and how closely she's got them wrapped up against her while she's still doing some light activity, reading, especially the new book. One of the few that we did get from the vault, even, which, knowing how long that takes, I'm glad that she's reading up. She looks up at Lyra before back down at the eggs, putting a hand on one of the eggs and softly just bites her own lip, as if like there's something on her mind, but doesn't know how to quite parse the words out.
Did you ever have one of these back home?
No, I do believe it's customarily a Githyanki culture that that they are the warriors that ride on dragons, particularly. We didn't need necessarily to have such dragons since we were a small settlement, a cozy settlement, locked away in a place that not many would even think to even go looking into without potentially getting torn apart if they don't know how to get in. So we were quite a close guarded and gated community that didn't really need the defenses for a dragon. At least that's what we thought.
Right. I apologize if that brought up bad memories.
No, you're fine. If anything, it's good to actually finally be thinking about these and to finally start remembering a mother that I once had I never got to quite really mourn her for the longest time. I'm now finally having the time to do so.
Hmm. You know, it's a bit of a strange case with myself. I don't know how much I've told you in truth, but, you know, obviously the Vonda heists did raise me from egg to what you see now. But, I mean, not that both parents really matter too much when you don't know them, never have heard from them or anything. But I suppose I can at least feel a bit of empathy in what you're describing for the life that you never had, or that you did have and may have just not remembered.
Hmm.
I think the feeling, at least, is somewhat comparable.
It's certainly quite the conundrum, but I am at least thinking about it now that I have the time and ability to. But I didn't mean to ramble on about that too much. There's actually something else I've been wanting to talk about. That I felt that, given the auspicious encounters that we've been having and will probably be continue to having, I don't think there will ever be a perfect time to really talk about it otherwise. So I've been thinking about it and I want to talk to you about it.
I was just looking up at her like, you're feeling all right? That was the most, well, vocally constipated I think I've ever heard you.
Hmm. I've had a long time to sit on it. So if that's the word, I suppose that is the word.
Please, go ahead. You first. What?
I heard everything.
Well, everything?
Everything.
Well, everything when?
While I was locked away in my room.
Lyra just kind of sits there for a moment, just trying to remember what happened while she was locked in the room. Just like, wait. Why would you? What do you what do you mean?
I heard you say, and out of character, I'm trying to remember if this is the exact wording, but I think I heard the words. Was it I have a crush on Ashala, or was it I love Ashala?
I like
I can't really
Ashala.
remember out.
It was just I like Ashala, but yes. But it was in the context of romance and that stuff, so it's pretty clear.
So then, in character, Ashala would kind of almost like blood out, but then like thinking about what was like the words we used and the way it was said. She then settled down, take a deep breath, and I heard you talking with the crew, specifically the other co-captains, that you were confused about certain things, and you may have come to a certain realization of your own fruition that you had a particular liking for me.
As you go along this train of thought, you could see Lyra just slowly blushing upon the full realization of exactly where this is going.
I told you the eggs were going to get warmer.
Oh, oh, you heard. Oh God. Well, uh, what do, I don't know what to say, but um, well, she sits there, just thinks about Valentine. Oh, y- no, you didn't mishear. She unwraps herself from the eggs and just and just moves and begins to stand herself up a bit and just or sit herself more upright. Yeah, no, I think that's what it is. At the very least, I'm not very good at this. I've never felt anything like this before, but from what the co-captains have described to me, then yes, I think I do have feelings for you.
Shala will, of course, a little flustered herself. I mean, heck, she's a nervous wreck, even as she was speaking before. But you can tell Ashala takes a moment to process what you're saying, and then she moves herself over to be closer with you. Sitting next to you as you're laying with the eggs. I'm assuming sitting upright while you're having your tail coiled around them.
Mm-hmm.
And she will be a little bit more hushed, but calmer in her tone. It sounds like you're still feeling things out, much like me. And I don't necessarily want to rush you in any kind of way, especially given what we're currently doing right now. And it does take priority at the moment. But I've had a lot of time to think in my room after hearing that. And rather than keeping it to myself, I did want to talk to you about it myself, and seeing as you had sort of an answer yourself back then, I sort of have an answer for you right now.
What would that be?
She then slowly leans in. Closer. Until the bridges of our noses meet. And brushes against each other ever so gently. Before her lips press against yours. And look together.
Lyra keeps her eyes open while this is happening, just kind of like in the stunned expression, but very much lets it all happen as she does, and as Ashala presses her lips against hers, just like eventually closes her eyes, but she is just kind of lost and unsure what to do, but just thinks about it for a moment before reciprocating as much as she can.
Hmm. For a little while longer, after placing her hand against your face and taking but a few moments more, she does slowly pull away, and she is no longer orange. She is like, at this point, very brightly red around the face. When you do find the answer that you're 100% sure of, you can take that as my confirmation that I want to have something with you when you are sure.
But hold on.
And when when we aren't in a life or death situation, I would like to take you out somewhere that is not just a tavern, but somewhere nice where we can eat dinner.
Wait. Let me speak here. Um, I'm not going to do this well, but I feel it necessary. So, every time you call me by any pet name, it makes my heart skip a beat. When I realized that you were holding my hand, I can't jump, but I swore that I jumped that day. And every time when we would have meditation sessions, I felt like I couldn't think when you were that close to me. And here you are again, kissing me, and I just can't. Oh, it's the same feeling, and I think it's just the fact that I've never been sure about anything in my life, yet it seems like in these sorts of situations, I just can't help but feel an immense aching in my heart at the thought of you being close. And it's an aching that I want. So I don't know what this means. I just... No, I want this. Let me say that for damn sure. I want this.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. And admittingly, I didn't think this far ahead at all. I didn't think I'd get such a impassioned answer this soon. Maybe when there's more downtime, I would definitely love to maybe explore this more with you.
Lyra's going to slither over very softly, taking her tail out from around the eggs and wrapping her tail around Ashala very gently, but nervously. whatever whatever happens, I meant what I said. And I would love to see more with you.
And I with you.
Can I have...
And she'll lean.
Oh.
I think at that point she would just lean in for the kiss again.
She was going to ask, can I have another one of those answers?
I think she got one. Before she even got to say it, she got one. I think this is a good time to fade to black.
Yes, the fade to black.
Hey, yo.
The eggs were very
Friendly
warm.
reminder, the walls
afterwards.
are thin.
Yeah.
I think it would be very cute today. But yes, Valentine, do you have anything you'd like to do?
The heck? How do I follow that up?
So
Oh,
sorry.
oh man, that was so good. Yeah, Valentine's got a couple things on her to-do list. I think first and foremost, she's going to check on Zuza and see what her status is. Just, pop in on her, make sure that, she's still stable and okay. And she's gonna do the rounds with each of the crew members because she understands that they are about to do a task and go on a trip that really none of them actually want to do. So she's gonna do her utmost to sort of check in on everybody, do a bit of a morale boost. But actually she wants to talk to Alexander for a conversation.
Okay. Let's see. Based on just generally who's around, Eben is currently piloting. Randall and Grobar are hanging out together in the rec room. Robert is, as ever, just completely focused on the job. Alexander is sort of just resting down in his bunks. Chex is supposed to be up on deck, but he's just kind of goofing off down below. And we'll save the Zuza and talk the conversation for later. Yes.
Sure.
Let's say you go and you encounter Alexander in his bunk. You're just kind of doing some light reading by dim candlelight.
A moment of your time, Captain Alexander.
Oh, why, of course, anything for you, Lady Valentine. And he sort of extinguishes the candle with 2 fingers, closes his book, and hops off his bunk and sort of makes his way out to go and see you out in the hall.
I was hoping to ask a favor of you. Although I must ask a question first before I assign this work to you.
He wiggles his eyebrows curiously. Yes?
I wanted to... And you understand, this is for posterity, so I must require complete honesty from you. Would you say that you are particularly skilled with your sword? And I do mean the one currently sheathed on your hip, not the other one.
And he seems to just sort of he had a good thought at hand and immediately began to crumple up and turn into a corn cob. Yes, I have had experience with swordplay in the past. My father actually insisted that I study it, insisted that it would be valuable. To this day, aside from as of recent, it's not been something I've necessarily had to use.
Would you consider yourself still skilled, or perhaps a touch out of practice.
He sort of just looks around, making sure there's no one around. Truth be told, if I was left to my own devices against a formidable foe, I would likely try and find someone else to assist me. I don't consider myself proficient enough to handle things particularly on my own, but I have at least the will to survive. Let's call it that much.
I see. I thought it as much. You see, Alexander, we are, as I'm sure you've come to realize, a particular crew that seems to attract trouble. And sometimes, such as, well, now, we dive headfirst into it. And I meant it when I said that I will not put my crew in any kind of life-threatening danger if I can help it. That does, however, also mean that each member of the crew needs to be responsible for his own life, as well as those around him.
Indeed.
I know
Well,
that you...
Go on, please.
I know that you've been feeling a touch out of your depth, and believe me when I say that I completely understand. But I'd rather not have you die on me, quite frankly, Captain. So, if it's not too much to ask, I would ask that until we reach our destination, that you join myself and Robert for sparring, and we train you up.
Well, you see about that, Robert and I, we have sort of a disagreement in the last couple of weeks. Yes, he said something a bit similar, and, well, when he told me not to hold back, I had thrown pocket sand in his eyes.
Ah.
But, as you say, I'm willing to do whatever is necessary to ensure that we are all at tip-top shape, and should he be fine with it, of course, I will be ready to participate in a less difficult way.
A touch underhanded, perhaps, Captain. However, I presume to be quite effective in a dangerous situation, in a pinch. I will say, however, it's difficult to understand the fundamentals of combat if you are throwing pocket sand in people's faces.
Oh, anything to get an advantage, of course.
Of course. I would be more concerned with your footwork, though. So, I, as your captain, order you to join us every morning at dawn for sparring lessons.
Understood. And I suppose we could call it a date of sorts. And he reaches out a hand towards you.
And she'll just like raise her brows at that and have this sort of coy smile. Just, well, so long as you don't mind Robert being there.
Not at all.
And she'll firmly shake his hand. Just,
Well, I'll see you then.
Till next time. And he sort of gives a little interesting wave before shutting himself back into his room to get back to his book.
But yeah, so we don't have to play it out, but we can presume that each morning, Valentine and Robert are mercilessly drilling this poor man.
And you find that he actually is a bit better than he let on.
Hmm.
And in particular, when placed in a 1v1 situation, he tends to actually do incredibly well. Catching Robert off guard more times than not.
With or without pocket sand?
Without pocket sand. And as you make your way towards the lower decks to go visit Taktha and Zuza, you hear a bit of muttering coming from the doctor as you start to make your way down the stairs. It's not a
sorry, go
mental
ahead.
thing, but just a sort of chittering.
I think she'll approach the infirmary and just give a little polite knock to signal that, you know, she's there. And lean her head in and just, Doctor, how's our patient?
Yes. Hello, Valentine. Yes, I am currently doing some additional tests. You see, Zuza has been asleep for some time now. She woke up briefly to eat and to drink, but not much more beyond that, it would seem.
Yes, I imagine quite literally coming back from death takes quite the toll on one's physical form.
Indeed, and did something interesting happen while she was away? I've noticed that her body temperature has increased substantially.
Oh, interesting in what way?
One might call it a fever, but there are no negative repercussions. It's almost...
He sort of just glances over.
Well, it's almost as if she's alive.
Oh. Well, I mean, when she was revived, it almost seemed as though Lyra put something in her. Like a piece of one of her constellations, you know, and she'll motion to her arms.
There is something of an excited chittering that you don't necessarily understand Thrycreen whatsoever. But you can at least tell that it's very interested.
I see. This may warrant some additional research, perhaps.
So, you said that she's alive, as though, like, her heart is beating and she's breathing, or?
There is certainly reactions that are out of the ordinary for Zuza, but it would seem that is, well, as much as a Tampier could be, alive.
Well, that is frightfully interesting, Doctor. Should things change, or should anything else interesting occur, do notify myself or one of the other captains.
Indeed, it will be done.
And he uses two of his arms to give a little bow.
Thank you. You've taken very good care of... And... well... frankly, I think she enjoys being a frequent patient of yours.
So it would seem. She is always making excuses to come and visit, but I suppose it gives me something to do. You do quite a good job of keeping everyone alive, Captain.
Thank you. I certainly hope that excuses are all that my crew and co-captains need to visit the ship's doctor.
I suppose it would be best if I didn't see much of anyone, but should you ever need to come by, my specialties may not be in the psychology fields, but should you need to discuss things, I am readily available.
That is very kind of you to offer, Doctor. And I would request that you take some time for yourself as well. I imagine that looking after a patient day and night is exhausting. So please, when you need a moment's rest, do utilize Eben, will you?
Indeed. That I believe I can do.
Good. I will leave you to it then.
And he politely waves you off. And then seems to return back to his work that he's doing on the side, seemingly.
But yeah, that's all that Valentine wanted to do. Just do little check-ins with everyone, make sure they're okay and ready to potentially rumble.
Okay. Ashala,
Hmm.
are you returning to your own room this evening?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yes. I mean, for that day particularly, I mean, like, that day was dedicated to the confession. She's been thinking
Okay.
about it,
Just making sure.
and she's kind of been like, despite the emotional trauma she's been going through, that's also been on her mind, and she just wants to start checking things off her list because she's starting to get too much on her plate.
Okay. As you are within your room, do you sleep that evening or do you meditate?
I think she would like to probably meditate on things.
Okay.
I would say. After the lovely evening she had over in Lyra's and thinking about that potential future when they are both free to explore that. With that sorted, she does also want to take some time to think about the sword that her family has been keeping, and the one that has been left behind with her. So she'll take some time with the hilt of the blade unignited, not so much grasped in her hands, but rather just held. In both hands, as she sits cross-legged on her bed, while she ponders and thinks deeply on what this sword could be and what it means to her and the family now lost.
Go ahead and make me an intelligence check as you meditate. 15. As you are pondering the many thoughts that cross through your mind, you feel yourself almost as if you're drifting into a sleep, into a dream. And you're pulled back into the dark from when you first began to meditate. But this time, you feel a world starting to form around you. You can hear a cool stream. You feel the somewhat sturdiness of stone beneath you as you sit cross-legged. You can smell the fragrance of flowers and greenery. And you open your eyes, and you are no longer on the ship, but you are at the edge of a lush forest.
Who's there? Hello?
I've longed to speak with you.
We?
Yes,
You feel the blade within your hand, and you try to ignite it, just maybe out of instinct. And rather than igniting, you just see sort of just the thinnest outline of what seems like steam coming out of the blade in various clouds.
long have we waited for you to arrive with prophecy in your hand.
Prophecy.
Indeed, that is what we call it.
I see.
You try to look around for where the cacophony of voices is coming from, but you only seem to be able to hear the voice coming directly from the forest, just out of sight.
What does this prophecy mean? Why did my mother hold on to this and keep it safe along with me?
The prophecy is fate weaved into the universe. From the hands of the first that use it. The hands of gift. Away from the hungry hands of lackey. Prophecy skipped one that believed it was theirs. And now, prophecy rests with you.
What? Like it's chosen me?
No. We and it have been waiting for you. It did not choose you. It was made for you.
For me? Why me?
Yes. Remember these words, Ashana. Hearken to the advent of the comet. By the sword did the usurper reign. By radiance shall the god be slain. There is not much time. Your rest will come to an end soon. Wield the blade well, Ashana.
Well, there's always more time for questions later.
And you feel the world around you that you had been taken to begin to fade back into blackness, and you feel disoriented as you leave this place and awaken.
I swear. The universe has a lot of questions, but never hardly any answers. At least, ones that don't make direct sense. Ugh.
And as everyone steps out, onto the deck just for daily interactions. Eben seems to be out on the top deck, watching.
I don't. Just sorry. Just want to add. I don't know if we're gonna get
Sure.
any more downtime before something happens, but I did want to have one more thing.
Sure.
So you let me know when that works. I just wanted to voice it.
Now is the time.
Okay.
Oh,
No. Lyra's gotta go talk to her sister.
By all means.
So say this happened like last night after they both went their separate ways. But Lyra is going to find Valentine wherever she is.
I think if it's the evening, you can probably find her. You know, we'll say in the dining area. She's in the dining area, post dinner, having a beverage, enjoying some quiet time.
So you'll see you'll see Lyra just kind of walk out. And she is still probably a little bit beat red, and just kind of look over to Valentine and just be like, can I borrow you for a moment?
Certainly, Lyra.
Back in my room, if that's all right.
Oh, a little bit of sisterly gossip.
I think that's the word for it.
Very good. And she's going to grab her beverage, grab the bottle, and head back to Lyra's room with her.
And as you kind of come into the room, you'll see Lyra just like taking more of her seated position and still very much blushing. So, I called you here for a good reason. I assure you.
Lyra, there's no need to stand on any sort of formalities. Not with me. We can just talk.
I Me and Shala confessed to each other and kissed each other.
She just looks flabbergasted. It is very rare that Valentine is ever truly speechless. She was not expecting this.
And
Well,
it went
I,
well.
I guess it went well.
Good.
Uh, I think I screwed it up a little bit along the way, but we got there.
What do you mean?
Oh, you hmm. You know how I have a tendency to not pick up on signals.
Uh, Not to be particularly blunt, but yes.
Well, when she was starting the confession, she was hesitating, and I may have said something of the sort of uh, vocal constipation in regards to how she was speaking, which I think threw her off a little bit. But then, well, we moved past that, and then, well, apparently she heard everything that I said on that one night where I got intoxicated. So she's known for a long time, and I, being who I am, I suppose, express some form of hesitation. But she said back to me that she had an answer. And I think you know where it went from there.
Valentine's expression softens considerably, and she just smiles and takes Lyra's starry hands in hers and feels that reassuring coolness that comes with touching the galaxy. And do you feel happy then?
Very much so.
Hmm.
She said that we should go on a date whenever we're back in town.
I think it's a lovely idea, Lyra.
You do?
Of course I do. I know I said to err on the side of caution and don't get romantically involved with co-workers, but those are my own personal feelings. I don't see why what I think should hinder your happiness. If you think this is the right thing to do, then you have to do what's right by you. And you could certainly do worse than a strong woman demigod.
Lyra's just gonna kind of start to cry a little bit before just falling into Valentine's arms.
Gives her a big ol' hug.
It was really nice. I don't know if I've ever felt quite so warm.
Hmm.
And
I'm very,
you first.
I'm very happy for you, Lyra.
I think, if anything, I'm very excited to see where it goes. And given the hesitations that I have towards so many big decisions, the fact that I feel sure about this is a very promising sign. I hope.
I think so. I mean, to be honest, Lyra, you've never really chased after anything for yourself. I know that we left home for you to find answers, but it really was me doing the pushing, wasn't it?
It was. But, and even still, I've yet to make the push to really pursue that. I've still been the one pushing away from whatever revelations may come. But for whatever reason in this moment that I had, I spoke up. I didn't let it lie in uncertainty. I liked that. I liked that part of me.
good to be confident. To have certainty.
Hmm.
Particularly in this, frankly, crazy adventure we're having that is full of uncertainty. It's good to have things you are sure of.
Can I add one thing onto the list of things that I'm sure of?
What would that be?
That I love you very much and couldn't ask for anyone better to be my sister.
Gives you another big squeeze of a hug.
I know you're afraid of finding the answers, Lyra. And I won't push you anymore to seek things that you may not want to. Although things may now be in motion that we can't undo or avoid. But whatever happens, no matter what changes, you'll always be my sister. And you, at the end of the day, are a Vonderheist.
Indeed. I love our family. I wouldn't trade it for anything.
She actually gets, again, you don't see this side of Valentine very often. Like we have a very open line of communication, but there's still like little parts of Valentine that she keeps walled off. And she actually gets misty-eyed at that.
Now, don't go forgetting your big sister just because you've got yourself a girlfriend.
I would never. You're the first person I've told, of course.
Zusa will be dying to know once she's awake.
Oh, absolutely. Ah,
I've been meaning to. Now, speaking of Zusa, what you did to revive her, it seems to have a unexpected effect on her, according to the good doctor. Your star seems to have kick-started her heart.
it did?
I don't understand most of everything that Tokthra relayed to me, but it might be worth speaking to him about it to explain exactly what you did to revive her.
Hmm. Well, I've never done anything like that before.
You're discovering
So,
new things about yourself every day, it seems.
oh, don't remind me. It's so frightening.
I have faith in you, Lyra. Figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, as always, sister.
Thank you for confiding in me.
And with that, the two sisters, having bonded once more, head off in their own separate ways to get ready for the day ahead when they will arrive in the Red Star. The morning is seemingly passable. Everyone gets a good breakfast and is ready to go. Evan is waiting at the deck, seeming a bit on edge, as much as a robot with no emotions can be. When suddenly, the space opens. The station remains, but is completely dark. Only a few ships hover, and it seems that there is but a single cannon on the entire station that is firing fruitlessly at several ships. There are still survivors. But before you can consider the survivors, 3 Nautiloid ships jump directly in front of the Crystal Dragon. 2 of them grapple onto the ship, restraining it and its movement. And a third begins to flank and surround the ship. Several blips seem to be launched from the surrounding vessel, and it's revealed that they are small brains, little creatures, intellect devourers. Everyone roll for initiative.
Oh boy, so much for not engaging.
I mean, it's a good thing I had that talk with them about where to shoot.
I think even if we didn't want to engage, they knew we were coming, it seems.
Man, even with my new quick draw ability, I rolled like poop.
Oh, the natural 2. It's all the way up to a 9. Something. Okay, 16.
I will roll Evan's initiative, and everyone will go on Evan's initiative. Five. Okay, that seems about right.
Oh.
Guys, are we cooked?
It's just turn 0.
Lyra,
Oh god, I'm up first.
you are surrounded.
Yeah?
What do you do?
Well, you know what, DM? I see 6 targets, and you know how many targets slow can hit? It's 6.
It's 6.
It's 6. So I think immediately just going to quickly, as she does, just shift directly into her constellation form, and then just immediately try and grab the energy surrounding the 3 intellect devourers as well as the mind flayers over here,
Okay.
or the illithids, I suppose I should say more generally.
What are they saving?
Wisdom save, I believe. Let me triple check. I've used this spell enough times, I really should have this memorized. Yes, wisdom.
What's the save?
19.
19. All 3 of the intellect devourers will fail their saves.
Okay.
Oh, whoops, not that. Ignore that guy.
They're not dead. Just...
One of the mind flayers will pass. And the last one... the last one will fail.
Okay. So 5 slow targets then. That's good. We like that.
Very good.
Okay, that's action, bonus action, movement. And I think Lyra's just
Evan-
gonna get in between. Oh, go
Okay.
ahead. I'm just gonna say Lyra's getting in between Ashal and Valentine, just to be as safe as possible.
Eben and Groba are going to call out that they can handle whatever's going on with this vessel on the side.
Okay.
Pop
off, guys.
As well as with everyone else. The ship to the distance is seemingly to be an issue, but this vessel in particular is restraining the Crystal Dragon from moving at all. You might be able to break out if we were able to get free of this bow holding ship.
Okay.
That's the end of your turn. Okay, Ashala.
They said that they're they're pretty confident about dealing with the one on the left.
Yes.
Okay. In that case, if they're confident, I'm going to trust them on that, and I'm going to take the opportunity to at least dispatch of at least what's already on the ship before we move on to the ship in front. So
Okay.
I'm going to take the aim action to have a stab at this at the slowed intellect devourer.
Okay.
With prophecy. So aim action for my bonus action and attack. Well, a 19 hit.
19 will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay. Let me just make sure I have sneak attack applied. I don't know if I do or not. Yes, I do. Cool. In that case. Ooh. Okay. So 8 radiant plus 11 sneak and. What's about psionic?
Yes, an additional psionic damage.
Really?
Yes.
Yo, Radiant and Psionic is a sick sounding combo as I'm mentally picturing this.
As you sort of prepare yourself, you stand at the ready and you ignite the blade for the first time, attuned to it in its fullest, and you recall the words of the chorus. And you prepare yourself and you very quickly stab at the intellect devourer, and it is consumed by a radiant light that burns it. And it seems to struggle like a bug before curling up and dying immediately.
Oh, that's nice. In that case, so done my bonus action to my. The only thing I'll do this turn, seeing as my movement's taken up by my bonus action, I'll call out to the crew. Remember what I taught you. And then I will pass to Valentine.
Valentine.
All right. There's a gross brain in front of me, and I don't like it. I'm gonna
Directly
shoot it.
in front of you.
Yeah.
Are these aberrations? Could the flamethrower do extra damage?
Oh.
I don't actually know that answer.
I think they are. Yeah. Ooh, all right.
DM says yes.
We gonna flamethrower this motherfucker. Here we go. Ooh, tab out of 24.
24 will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
19 fire damage.
19 fire damage.
Good lord.
What was the effect of the rapid fire tosser against aberrations again?
I think they're just like vulnerable to it, if I remember correctly.
You turn towards this guy, and you just gun it down. You're expecting the flamethrower to go off, but it's been a minute since you've used the rapid fire tosser. And instead, just a spray of bullets just spray into this creature and just tear it to shreds. There is just a pile of brain meat on the deck.
Oh, so sick. All right. Time to turn around and do it to this one over here. I think, let me make sure I have the correct range. Yeah, that's got the range for it. All right. 22.
22
for another
will hit.
15.
15, bury another. You turn and just lay waste to everything in your path.
Amazing. So, I think at that point, Valentine is gonna rally the troops, so to speak, just for a bit of flavor. You know, tell the crew, all hands to stations. And by the way, checks, fire when ready.
You got it, boss.
And she's gonna scooch up a little bit to get a better vantage point to help protect, who is that, Alexander and Robert up front?
Yes.
Yeah, so she'll scooch up just a little bit there. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. Up next, the Mind Flayers. This one is going to remain where he is and is going to seemingly start reaching his hand slowly towards his head. The one in the back is going to raise a single hand into the air and then close his fist, seemingly removing the slowed condition off of himself before beginning to fly away back towards the inner part of the ship.
That's so rude.
I think you can just
However-
legendary resistance me.
The final one is going to fly over towards Evan. And let me just take a look at this because it's been a minute. Oh boy. Let's see for the ruler.
Oh boy. Oh boy, Mind Blast.
Is going to Mind Blast.
Mm-hmm.
My brain.
Everyone needs to make a check.
Who all's in the blast?
I believe that is everyone.
Nice.
Excluding checks? No. We'll say at best.
Oh no, Alexander.
Alexander
He
will
doesn't have
be
any
caught.
brain left.
No.
Uh,
His brain's already cooked.
yeah, it will catch everyone except for Robert.
Remember us, Robert.
And what kind of save is this?
This is a intelligence saving throw.
You bastard.
Okay, I
16's
got a
pretty good.
16. I got a 16.
That's a save.
So I need to do this just in case it falls either one of the two things, but I do have mental discipline.
Saving throws against charmed and frightened conditions. Unfortunately, this doesn't affect Mind Blast.
Got you. Right, just want to be sure, because I don't know what Mind Blast does.
Oh.
Intelligence is it, yeah?
Yes, intelligence save.
Gotcha.
Grubba will pass. Alexander will not pass.
Oh.
My boy.
And Evan will pass. Everyone who failed will take 14 and be stunned.
Okay.
Everyone who passed will take 7.
Seven damage.
Alexander nearly slumps over in his chair.
No.
Well, I'm stunned, so I can't heal.
And that will be the end of that. Eben. Eben is going to turn towards the nearest Mind Flayer. And you're going to see that despite the fact that he has been somewhat rusty and slowed as of recent, is going to suddenly back up very quickly in a speed that you didn't think was possible for him. He's going to step back, charge forward, grab the Illithid, and power fist with his electricity hand into the Illithid and slamming it down into space before kicking off the ship and jumping towards the one that's currently stunned and slowed.
Oh, goodness.
Yo, he's
Pop
entered
off.
Terminator mode.
Evan's the Hulk of the group. Holy shit.
And is going to impose heavily onto the Mind Flayer as he goes in for a double swing with his Thunder Gauntlets. Where'd I put Eben? There he is. Thunder Gauntlets 1 and 2. I believe one of those will hit. Actually, how much does slow reduce?
Just 2.
Just by 2.
Mine-
Unfortunately, he
yeah.
will only hit one of those. However,
Aw.
he also will receive assistance from Echo, who takes initiative immediately after Evan, and will Shocking Grasp for 26 to hit.
Okay.
2 of those will hit, and will deal a total of 14 points of damage to the Mind Flayer.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Groba is going to leap and begin the onslaught as well. All 3 of the gunners are going to make their attacks onto the ship on the side. 2 bolts
Oh.
and a mangonel stone. And all
I guess-
3 will hit.
I always forget how ships don't actually really have any AC because they're literally the size of a ship.
And will deal severe damage to the ship.
Is that the one to our right over here?
Yes, that is the one over here. To the yes, to the right. Go ahead and make a save, Lyra.
What kind of save?
Make another intelligence check or saving throw.
Oh, okay. That's another 9, baby.
You are still stunned, unfortunately.
Okay.
The force from the ship has prevented the other Nautiloid from attacking. Ashala, you are up.
Okay. I think the idea was to go forward to deal the one that's currently holding us down.
Yes.
So that's exactly what I plan to do. I plan to move on ahead. I'm going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dash for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And
I think you also get one more. I think you also
Okay.
get one more.
Okay. And dash for my bonus action. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay. And I imagine that is everything you have for now.
Yeah, my 2 dashes.
Okay. Valentine, you are up.
Cool. I will provide the cavalry support. I'm going to action dash, put myself right here with the Shala. I think that puts me just in range, baby. I'm gonna action surge and shoot this guy.
Go get
Nice.
him, champ.
That's a dirty 20 to hit.
Dirty 20 will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
That's 17 fire damage.
For a total of a solid 34
Uh-huh.
He's still standing,
Cool.
and just seems to be mad.
You know, he can be mad. I'm gonna shoot him again. It's a 19 to hit
19 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
and 19 fire damage.
You will drop him.
This gracious.
He seems to be preparing and seems to be getting ready to fly towards you. And as he flies up, he actually makes himself more of a vulnerable target as you just prepare another just blast and just there are shreds of Illithid floating off into space.
And she'll just say to Shala, "Off you go. I've got your back." That'll be my turn.
Okay. Up next is are the Mind Flayers once more. The Mind Flayer from earlier is going to retreat into the Nautiloid, all the way into the depths, and is going to essentially disappear. The other Mind Flayer is going to lose his ability to use Mind Blast as he's currently being overwhelmed by 2 targets. And is going to go for a tentacle swing on Eben. A 24 will hit for 14 points of psychic damage. Eben will need to make a check to prevent being grappled. I have the Eben sheet here. It doesn't particularly matter. He's going to make a strength saving throw for a 4. He's currently restrained. The Mind Flayer that is up top here is going to float forwards. Fly right up to the spot where it is currently unreachable. It's going to move forward into a spot where he is reachable. And is going to Mind Blast.
Well, better make that intelligence save.
Yeah, you guys have got this. I'm taking all the bad rolls.
For 19 on a fail or a 9 if passing.
I'll take the 9 damage. Minus 9.
Roba is going to strike the Illithid. It's going to miss. Valentine, you are also affected, I believe.
Oh, my bad.
No worries.
That was what? Intelligence?
Yes.
Oh no!
Natural 1. You are currently
No,
stunned.
you know what? No. We're luckying that. I'm not fucking around with this.
Okay.
Oh no!
5
Another
as a stun.
All right.
And also 19 points of damage, unfortunately.
Ouch.
And then the ship is going to cast a Mind Blast towards the Crystal Dragon. Anyone who's on board will make this save.
Oh gosh.
Or take 24 points of damage.
Okay.
How does that work if we're stunned?
You actually don't make the check because you're a little bit too far out.
Okay, cool.
Alexander is
I
down.
assume.
Oh no!
Okay. I assume I
Save
make
my
the check.
boy.
Yes, you will make the check. Actually, if
Okay.
you're stunned.
Yeah, I was saying, am I double stunned?
I thought Lyra got free because you mentioned the Mind Blast couldn't be maintained.
That was from a separate one. And it's just a condition that affects you, unfortunately. So it's not a conditional thing. Stunned, you can still roll to save.
Okay. Come on, let's get higher than a 9. That's a natural 1.
Oh my god.
It is not looking good out here. Robert is going to make his int save and is going to fail. He is stunned. Chex is going to make his wisdom save. Can't even find Chex. It is going to fail. We are currently without guns. Chex is also down.
Oof.
I have 6 health, by the way.
Ah!
I haven't gotten to move.
We're so cooked.
Evan is going to attempt his strength check again. And will pass versus the Mind Flayer's grapple. Actually, the Mind Flayer has to is going to restrain Evan. However, Evan is going to go ahead and just full force magic missile directly in his face. At the highest he can cast, which is, I believe, 3rd level at this point? Yes. And is going to do somewhat significant amount of damage. Garoba is going to go in for a swing.
Come on, Grobo, you have your
And has
partner. Stab him.
advantage. Will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage. And together, I believe that will drop the Mind Flayer. Evan is, with his movement, is going to jump back to the ship. And Echo is going to use her action to help and unstun Lyra.
Oh, I'm good.
Just shaking you to attention.
It's a lesser restoration or something.
Sort of, yes.
I forget what it is. Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Groba is going to jump forward, skipping the lower layers, and is going to start running. Lyra, it is now your turn.
Okay. Let's do some safety in here. So she is going to very simply just shake her head, probably massive fucking headache, given what's happened here, and is going to do... Actually, DM, can I ask you a question? I don't know if
Sure.
we ever got to talk about this. The cards, do they persist through going down? And if I go down, are they lost? Did we reach a decision on that?
We could say they persist because I believe if you cast a card in 14, it will remain.
Even if the
caster is down.
astrologian gets hit by a tank buster. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Then Lyra's just gonna take some very quick safety, just trying to steady herself, and cast the bowl on herself, which will restore 1d8 plus. Restore 14. That's good.
Okay. Big heals.
And that, yeah. then this is the one that will just heal me 1 at the start of my turn.
Okay.
So that's the action. Bonus action. We gotta get our folks okay. So let me do some lines. Oh, you guys are very out of range. I go down to like here though. Okay. This is as close I get. I can't heal a Shala. I don't. So
It's fine.
I think you're hanging in there though.
I've been
Um,
able to take resist damage, so we're fine.
Cool. Then Lyra is going to quick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the 6 closest targets. So that would be Valentine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Everybody that's on the ship plus Valentine,
Okay.
mass healing word. Uh, 14 points of healing to all y'all.
Ooh, thank you.
14. Robert is doing okay. Chex is back in the fight.
Then there's also the chalice, which she's just gonna use on herself, just to get her back to full.
Okay. Ashala, you are up. You got a mind flare in your face.
Yep. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sadly, a little bit too far away. Damn. The thing I wanted to do isn't gonna happen. So I think what I'm gonna do instead to set myself up. In the moment as she's taking a bonus action to dash. Is it possible to like jump and slip over this way?
Yeah, you could slide past him.
Yep. And once I get behind him, I look like I'm about to go and slash him with my main weapon, but instead, I go and I proceed to stab him with good old reliable, the serpent dagger.
Okay.
So let's do that. I do not have advantage, so this is just a normal roll, and I will not get sneak attack. But will.
Let's see.
Ooh.
14 will not hit. However, there is True Strike now on the Mind Flayer.
Ooh, that's fantastic.
At least for you.
Nice. In that case, that will be my setup at least.
Okay. Valentine, go ahead and make me an intelligence check. Save.
Dirty 20.
You are back in the fight. You shake yourself awake.
Woof.
You have your
Alright.
full turn to take.
Ox gun. Yeah, this guy's still in my range, so I'm gonna fire at this dude that Ashala's working on.
Okay.
18?
18 will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Whoa. How about 20 fire damage?
20 will hurt.
And I do it again. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna lucky roll that because I'm willing to bet a 13 is not gonna hit this guy. So I'm gonna try it one more time. 21.
21. Go ahead and roll for damage.
17.
You create an Ashala-shaped outline in this Mind Flayer. And he is gone.
Right then.
Ashala is completely covered in gray elephant blood.
I'm so sorry. Right then, tactical retreat, Ashala.
The entrance
Righto.
is in here. Are you going to proceed or are you going to wait there?
You said it's where? I'm sorry, I missed the ping.
It's where it looks like it's stairs, but that's supposed to be an entrance.
I see. 5, 10, 15, Can I trust Ashala to get her done? Because her turn's gonna come up before mine. No, I'll go with you. I'll go with you. We need backup. Boop. That'll be my turn.
Okay. Back to the Mind Flayers who are currently all gone at the moment. Back to the crew who are all currently recovering. However, they cannot take any damage. Eben is going to full charge and jump in to the ship and is going to start barreling his way into the lower decks. And is going to, Lyra, you're going to see that Eben actually smashes through the Illithid door.
Goddamn, he's like a little Hulk over there.
And he disappears out of sight. Lyra, you're up.
Yeah, I think seeing everybody just charge away from her, she's like, oh god, I can't really support them from here. But we'll do my best. So, how close can she get? What is the range on this? 30 feet, okay. So I will not be able to get there. Okay.
You could at least get, like, here-ish.
Yeah. I think, so 5, 10, or 10. Let me try it again. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So to get to there, is going to action cast the staves on herself, which is the one that makes cantrips bonus action. And then,
It's big.
I don't think most people in the ship are feeling okay at this point, right?
Yeah, everyone's feeling alright enough to keep fighting.
Okay. Then actually, hold on, heck this. How far away is that? Oh, not very far. Earthly Star is a very small AoE. Range is 30 feet. It's just rank.
You can only place it
So,
30
I
feet
think-
away? That's kind of surprising, actually.
Yeah, that's what it says. I think I have the spell it right here. Yeah, it's a 30-foot range.
Huh.
That seems very
I
short.
suppose it does heal as well. if you
No,
wanna
Earthly
keep
Star
it.
doesn't heal.
It doesn't? Oh.
No, it just does damage.
Huh.
Yeah.
He's
either
hidden.
way.
He's not actually out on the ship. Whoever was aiming recently.
That was me. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay, just making sure.
And I think I'm just gonna pass. I don't have a good use for a bonus action.
Okay. Ashala, you are really close to the door.
I mean, is the plan to retreat, or are we going ahead and to try to see if we can untangle this ship from ours?
I think we need to press ahead to make our tactical retreat. So, yeah, we need to unlatch ourselves from this.
Cool. In that case, I will go in.
Okay. You proceed into the ship. And I don't know why that's not working. I know, there we go. You can place your token over here on the side.
Okay.
Oh.
Just do that.
Secret map.
And as you enter, you see several brine pools with what seems to be illithid newborns just sort of laying within. And many of them, as the door opens, they all turn towards you and just tilt their head curiously. A single illithid or intellect devourer waits below as well, just sort of patrolling through when it spots you.
Hmm. So if I'm remembering correctly, this would be the brine pools. So is there anything I can do on this floor specifically to unlatch the ship?
No, unfortunately. You're thinking maybe 2 floors up from here. However, you could probably do some significant damage to the ship if you had something flammable.
Don't worry, the cavalry's coming, baby.
So what might that be?
I sadly don't have anything like that. The only thing that I would have considered flammable was the laser rifle, but and maybe I've had a firebomb still, but I haven't had those in ages. So I think I think I think I'd probably just go straight back out, thinking we'll probably need to be on a different floor.
Okay. There's not really staircases to go up. You kind of just have to run through this because of the way that the nautiloid is shaped.
Oh, right.
Unless you're willing to sort of try and climb your way up, which is a bit difficult.
Oh, right. So further in, there might be a way of getting up.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Okay, in that case, that changes things.
There are stairs here and here to get up higher.
Oh, okay. Good to know. In that case, I don't think I can reliably get it. I think I'm thinking better when I have somebody with me, but I know Valentine's on the way, so
Okay.
I should be okay. I'm gonna wait it here just to see if I can waste the enemy's turns trying to get to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll ready an action to hit back with the serpent dagger.
Okay. Valentine.
Let me see here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'm gonna have to action dash, unfortunately.
You can see in from where you're standing.
Yes, but so 5, 10, 15. Yeah, 30 would take me to here. And that's my full movement. So to get in, I would have to action dash.
Let's see. I'd argue you have probably a sightline to some of the inner pools.
And probably the Intellect Devourer. That's right down the middle too.
This is true.
This little dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'll take a shot at the Intellect Devourer that's right there.
Okay.
22.
22 will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
16.
Ashala, you have to duck as you hear Valentine stomp onto the ship, and then just lay waste to the creature. A few of the bullets ricochet off the interior.
Pew pew.
I'm so glad I'm wearing a tight outfit so you know where not to shoot.
Yeah. It's strategic. Do I have vision of one of these two?
I would say you have vision on the Illithid and the pools.
Cool. I want to take another shot at this one here, and I'm gonna make that one a piercing shot, so it'll go through this guy too.
Okay.
And would you consider this one in a line? These three? Would you consider them to be in a line, DM?
I would say you could hit. Say if you're here. I can see it.
All four.
Oh Jesus!
Hell
Oh
yeah,
my God.
we're doing it. We're doing it.
God.
We're doing it. All right, so I'm gonna take my first shot at the one that's up front closest. That'll be at a normal shot.
Okay.
28
Oh.
28 will hit. Go
for
ahead and roll for
19
damage.
fire damage.
And because this is piercing, does this go through? Does it hit all of them?
So I will have to roll for each one at disadvantage to see if it hits.
That one will hit. You will drop this one.
Cool. Alright, so this is for the next guy. A 13?
That will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Ooh.
Oh, it's at disadvantage.
God.
A 20 fire damage!
Good lord.
Alright, and for the next one, 11?
11 will not hit. Also, I
Alright,
believe
that's
that's a
fine.
nat one.
It is, so
So
that's
that
gonna
is a
be
misfire.
that'll be a misfire.
God, just imagine.
Womp womp.
You completely just decimate 2 of them.
Cool. I'll take it.
It is now the turn of the Mind Flayer. They are going to all see what's going on, and they're going to start charging.
Well, it's a good thing they're infants.
They are going to attack with tentacles. A 23 to hit.
I am not able to block that. So wait, no, I can only go up to 22. So yeah, that will hit.
Okay. Go ahead and make a grapple check. So strength
this-
or dexterity, either or.
Dexterity would probably work better for me. Wait, no, but oh, wait, yeah, no, it would work better for me. I go. Oh my
After
God,
20,
okay.
you just immediately dodge out of it afterwards. You do not wish to be grappled by this guy.
No.
Another one. Getting close. They're holding their actions.
Oh wait, someone got close to me. I can tag back.
Yes, you can actually counter.
Yes, I will step for 18.
18 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
Yep. Just gotta remember no sneak attacks. So taking that off. So 5 piercing and 7 poison.
Okay. Still up.
Yeah, but at least that true strike.
Seemingly pretty hurt, and it is also true strike, yes. And that will be the end of them. Actually, the Intellect Devourer can go ahead and charge. Oh, this one also didn't move. 5, 10. Back to the crew. The crew is going to unleash an onslaught onto the other vessel. All 3 will hit. And only 2 will deal damage. Up next is Lyra.
Just going to look back at the crew and just say, do you think you folks have it handled here?
Doing our best, Captain. And Robert is just going to keep just trying to load up as much as he can and aim.
Very good. Very good. Okay. I'm just going to just move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Similar to Valentine, I imagine I can see in there.
Yes, you can see within.
Okay. Do I do something fun? Thoughts on fun?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, fun.
Let me just find the right tool. Where is the circle tool? There it is, okay. Turning that radius sphere. So I can catch... I'm sure I can. Catch all of them, but not Ashala in this blast. If I aim it right, eventually.
The magic pixel.
Yeah, that'll
Yeah,
do it,
right here.
right? Yeah. Okay. So you're just going to see this like black line just pass by all of you, and right at the center of that point, there's just going to be this like black void that forms, and it sort of just go like and just expand until it encompasses all of them, and then proceed to just suck them all in as like basically a star collapse is happening around them. This is
that's cool.
this is a gravity sinkhole.
Oh, damn!
So please make them make con saving throws.
You know what? Let me open the sheet for them because there's a lot of them. It's a fail. What's the save? 16?
19.
Is that how much it's gone up by when you read that book, I'm assuming?
It went up from 18 to 19.
Damn.
Yeah, it's a pretty brutal save.
As you cast this spell, Ashala, you actually have to dig your dagger into the ground, as all of them are pulled into the center, and some of the water is pulled into the center of the room, in just an absolutely crushing force, pulls all of them in, and you see a sphere of black, just a black hole, just crush everything into a finite point, and a single mind flare remains.
Nice.
And it's half of 33.
16, I suppose.
It's still alive,
Yeah.
but it is... This creature that is new to this world is wondering what is happening.
I don't think I'm within 60 feet, so I can't cast a cantrip to finish it off. So.
Ashala.
It's okay, love. I can do it for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will proceed to stab this thing. I'm not even gonna like sugarcoat it. I'm just gonna stab him with prophecy. No! Are you kidding me?
No!
Unlucky.
You also do get first verse, so you can bonus action using a psionic dagger.
That is true. Although I don't think it really does that much damage for me is the problem. Because that's only a D4. Instead, I'm just going to use my offhand dagger, which is currently right now the serpent dagger. Yeah. So I will proceed to stab with the serpent dagger instead.
Okay.
It will not do as much, but it'll still do something hopefully.
21 will
Why
hit.
couldn't
Go
that be
ahead,
the
roll
first
for
one? Pain. So it'll be 4 less, so 3 and 4, sadly.
Still holding on.
Oh,
and is
God.
looking particularly angry. Valentine.
Cool.
I'll move out of the way just so you can have a clear shot.
Set aside my my machine gun, my Gatling gun, and because I misfired, and I'll just pull out my laser rifle, take a shot at this last one here. 23 for 11 radiant damage.
You ash him.
Excellent, excellent. All right, into the ship we go. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. That should put me about here, I believe. And, there is nothing alive in here, is there?
There is nothing left alive.
Cool.
Mind Flare ship. Going to
I
roll.
guess that's my turn because I only did the one attack, but that's okay. There's nothing else breathing. I did my full movement. Voila.
Okay. There is nothing alive to do anything. Lyra.
Lily, I think you're muted.
I am muted, thank you. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I don't think she's going to action dash. Instead, she's going to action... no, actually, I will action dash. That's the correct move. 5, 10, 15, 30, or 20... Holy shit. Try again.
think
5,
one
10,
more.
15, 20, 25, 30. Okay. That brings me to pretty close, but I think that's what I do.
Let's call
Yeah,
it.
you're not far away now. I think I'll move up ahead, just to see if I can at least get the jump on something. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Action dash 1, 2, 3. Before I go up, I will proceed to bonus action stealth. This one.
Okay. As you stealth, go ahead and make a stealth roll.
Okay, I'll take that.
You are invisible. I don't think they could spot you even if they wanted to. You can proceed up to this location here.
Yep. So, I'm currently inconspicuous.
Yes.
Nice. Alright, I won't put my head out just yet. I'll just like peek around, see what's there, and see the three things here, and be like,
Actually,
oh,
just 1 second, because I believe go ahead and make me a intelligence saving throw.
mm-hmm. $23.
You are imperceptible currently.
Oh, nice.
However, it is at least aware of Valentine. And is seemingly just waiting, watching this other entrance. Ready to pounce.
Gotcha.
Valentine.
I think Maris stepped away real quick.
Okay. We'll have Maris go ahead and charge forward.
I say, at least I'm sure he would move 30 feet.
40, 45, 50, 60. So we're just gonna be following in behind, but doesn't quite make it.
Mm-hmm.
The Mind Flayers are going to check to see if they can roll another Mind Blast. And are seemingly incapacitated. It is time for another barrage.
Oh, the
Nat 20.
Nice.
Also, I
Big
found out I am
damage.
in fact doing the damage wrong, but the damage will linger. 2. Big damage, however. The ship is starting to smoke a bit as it is just receiving a constant barrage, and the shell is beginning to crack. Only Lyra can see this, seemingly. Speaking of, Lyra, it's your turn.
Okay, so 5, 10, 15,
Yes.
20, 25. Actually, hold on 1 second. I think at this point, Lyra's kind of worried about both parties.
Hmm.
Like, if this thing gets its mind blast back, it could easily kill the whole ship. Or, like, kill the people on top of the ship. Hmm. Okay.
If it helps, I think I know I was missing for my turn, but Valentine probably would encourage you to go back and help the
Okay.
others.
Yeah. I think if they were to have that quick conversation, she would have decided to go back. Is there anything I can give you as a parting gift? Not particularly, so Godspeed. You guys got this, I'm sure. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Action dash 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Get back to there.
Valentine, we can also move you back if you'd like to re-arm your gun.
Ooh. I should try to catch up with the Shala, though. It would be helpful to have my gun that is particularly good against these dudes, though.
The gun is pretty good.
It's really good.
It was coming in clutch earlier, so I mean,
It was.
could-
Yeah, go ahead and scoot me back.
Okay.
30 feet, and we'll say I spent my action fixing up the rapid fire.
Ashala.
Okay. I'm going to climb up carefully a little bit to the side here. Sneak up behind the intellect devourer, and I'm going for that killing strike with the sword.
Okay. Go ahead and roll with advantage.
Advantage. Yeah.
14 will
Well,
hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
I'm glad I rolled for it. And at least I get at least I'm gonna sneak attack just to be on the safe side. Okay.
You go ahead and roll up and just cleave it in half with a very quick lightsaber.
Oh, I just realized this thing crits on a 19 as well. That's sick for a rogue.
And as you look into the further chamber, you see that the two Illithid in the back are actually in stasis pods, seemingly awaiting a new destination. You do see the staircase, however, if you want to proceed and go up to the 3rd level.
I do have some movement, so I am going to carefully. Actually, you know what? If they're in stasis, how tightly compact does the stasis pod look if I get closer?
What do you mean by tightly compact?
Like, is it enough for me to be like, you know, if I stab through the stasis pod, will it be like enough to stab the illithid inside it too?
You could with prophecy.
Yeah, I think maybe killing them before going up might be the smart play if they're in
Or-
stasis.
Not to metagame, but you could also just like leave it to me, because I can probably have line of sight by the time I scooch up. Knowing that Valentine's on your heels.
Ashala would know this and is very aware of Valentine's ability to just wipe the floor with everything in front of her.
True. But sometimes you have to expect to be expect unexpected surprises. So I might play it careful, and I'll start moving up towards it.
Okay.
You know, I'll wait.
Valentine.
Oh boy, here I go killing again. Let's see here. 30 gets me here.
You could go to the
what's-
next one
All right,
and just place yourself
like
at
right,
the top
right
of
at
the
the
stairs.
door,
No, you can place yourself at the stairs.
right here. Cool.
Yep.
All right. C2.
I would say you can't see that one, but you can see the other one.
This one.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead and roll with advantage too, because it's currently in stasis.
18.
18 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
15.
15 will do damage. Go ahead. That is
So 30 altogether, I guess.
30 altogether. Yes. It's still standing.
Cool. I do it
And-
again. So 28 with advantage.
It would wake up after the first one.
Okay, so
14 will plus 1 because you cleaned
that's
your
right.
guns.
Yes.
Will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage. It's 21.
21.
Yep. You just blow up the pod. There is just an explosion in the back.
Wake up, on fire, die.
Welcome to life, buddy.
Do you have anything else you can do?
No, that is my movement and my action, so I'm good.
Okay. On this turn, the other Mind Flare is going to awaken. 5, 25, 30. And is going to turn towards the two of you and Mind Blast.
Oh god. I am glad I'm making these saves.
I'm gonna use my last lucky roll on this.
Okay.
I really don't
Fair.
want to be stunned.
Please.
16.
16 will save you.
Oh,
And you will take 12. Both of you take 12.
all right.
The Mind Flare ship is going to try and recharge. It just seemingly can't do it. It's time for the crew. We get 2 bolts. Oh! Crit and a standard. Both will deal damage. Lyra, you're up.
Okay. Lyra's sort of like, obviously there's not much for her to be doing right now. She's essentially getting ready to save whoever, whenever they come out of either ship. So it's basically just going to prepare herself and cast, with her action, cast Light Speed, which basically means the next spell she casts, she can choose, or basically she can choose in the next minute and have a spell be a bonus action instead.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I think otherwise she's going to stay right there because she wants to be ready to rescue.
Ashala.
Okay. Well, this is my time to shine, if any. I am going to move up to this fellow. I'm going to tell him nicely that what he did was wrong, and I'm going to stab him with the with the serpent dagger.
Okay.
For a normal roll, because I don't have advantage on this. 21.
21 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
I do not have sneak attack, so I will take that off. So it'd be 5 piercing and 3 poison.
Okay. He's still holding up
However-
pretty well.
Yeah. However, I do have advantage now,
Yes, you
and
do.
prophecy's in my other hand.
Oh.
You see what I'm going with?
Oh.
Oh.
Oh my.
Take the 25.
25. Go ahead, roll for damage.
Sounds good to me. I will roll for prophecy. So that 7 radiant will be put down to 2. Wait, hold on, I'm getting confused. I rolled a 2. So I won't have my dex, but it'll be a 3. It'll be a 3. But everything else is the same.
You hit him with the poison dagger, and it seems to just like give you a look like you think your puny weapons will bother me whatsoever. And then
No,
you proceed
this will.
to just cleave across it and cut off 2 of its tentacles.
Nice.
And they are cauterized as they come flying off. Valentine.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm just thinking, like, hold on. Wasn't there something about prophecy? Oh, it replaces a wait, so, okay, I need to ask. What does first verse do? Because it says replaces a target's psychic resistance with psychic vulnerability.
So that's just an ability that you have inherently on any of your psychic damage.
Okay, cool. So I just want to make sure. Is he resistant?
Yes,
Or was
all
he resistant?
Illithid are resistant. This group of Illithid have evolved resistance, so that way they can slay the Gith. However,
then-
this weapon was designed specifically for this.
So that you've taken that into account already. That's all good. That's all good.
Valentine. He's not looking good.
He's about to look a hell of a lot worse. Because I'm gonna pump him full of lead. 17 to hit.
16 will hit, yeah.
For 18 damage.
He is going to stain the rest of the hallway.
Ah, excellent. And the next steps are these ones here.
Yes.
Go up.
Yeah, there are 2 sets of
Alright.
stairs that you can go up.
Cool.
How much movement do you have? All of it, practically.
That was, yeah, that'll be the rest of my movement to get there.
Okay.
15, 50. Yep.
And now the
That'll
next
be my
layer
turn.
is revealed.
Oh,
Uh,
actually, so if since I only did 1 shot, do I have line of vision since I made it to the door?
Yes,
any
we
of
could
these
say
three
which
dudes.
door are you at? You are at the
The
side
one on the
there.
left.
You can definitely see 2 of them. You can see a
I'm gonna
full
go-
mind flayer and a newborn.
I'm gonna go for Big Hoss.
Okay.
The full grown one, because he's the bigger threat. For 15 to hit.
15 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
14.
28.
That will conclude my turn.
He is going to be Singe. I'm going to put you here for the purposes of simplicity.
Yep.
It is now the turn of the Illithid. They are going to try and roll the ship again. And will not get their recharge. Intellect Devour is going to charge. And is going to multi-attack using claws. An 18 to hit. On Valentine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I was muted. Yes, that'll hit.
For 10 points. And then we'll attack with Devour Intellect. Go ahead and roll me an intelligence saving throw.
18.
You will save.
Cool.
And not take damage from that. The other Mind Flayer is going to charge, and is going to attack with his tentacles. Natural ones.
Nice.
And both the Illithid are going to roll up.
I'm starting to regret my decision here.
This one is just going to directly move towards you and is going to attack with tentacles. And is going to miss with a 10. And this next one will also follow suit. Will miss as well.
Sweet.
Oh my god.
Sweet.
It's time for the crew, and it is going to be a full turn this time. No hits.
Damn.
Lyra.
I'm afeared for you guys in the ship at this point.
Nah, we're fine. We're fine.
Can I see inside of the nautiloid of where they're fighting right now?
It's too high.
It's too high. Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm. She's really a little lost on what
You're
to
gonna
do.
see Groba and Eben jump out looking somewhat damaged. Chasing
Okay.
after the clairvoyant mind flayer who is just floating away from them.
Then I think she'll do with her turn is going to attempt to use one of the irons to essentially lock him down.
Okay.
So playing another card. This one, this will be I think it's a strength saving throw. Let me double check that. Yes, a strength saving throw.
17.
Does not beat my ace or my DC.
Trapped.
So essentially, like, she'll kind of take one of the cards, pull it out, and then as she like sort of like cracks it in her hand, just a bunch of like ethereal chains just spurt out like from the ground and just wrap around him and just hold him down to the ground. So he is restrained, and I believe he also takes damage.
That's pretty big. Okay.
So 1d8 plus my mod, right? Yep. So 11 points of damage.
11 points. Okay. So he's currently restrained.
Then bonus action. I've still got my staves thing.
Actually, it
so
does not take 11. It takes
oh, okay.
it takes 6. Because this one has magic resistance.
All good. Then even with the magic resistance in mind, let's try and toll the dead on it.
Okay.
So wisdom save from you.
Yes. Dave's wisdom. Go. 20.
Yeah, that beats it. Okay. All good then.
Ashala.
Okay. I'm
You're
immediately
hearing a lot
going
of
to.
scuffling.
Yep. I'm going to immediately climb up onto the stairs to go up a level, which I think that takes me a bit. So it gets me here. And then
Yep.
1, 2. Buckle my shoe. I'm gonna frickin' stab this guy in the back. With the. I'm going to say prophecy. I want to make sure we kill this thing dead.
Okay.
So prophecy go. I got advantage because we're flanking.
Oh.
I will happily
boy.
accept that crit. And you
Oh,
know
boy.
what? I won't even apply sneak attack. I'm pretty sure this thing is going to die. So let's do it. So for a total of 11 and so 23 damage.
It takes a significant blow.
Mm-hmm.
And just seemingly curls up in pain and then turns around towards you.
That's fine. She can just shoot it in the back now. Instead, I'm gonna. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5. So I have one more feet of movement. You know what? Yeah, I'll move up here and proceed to stab the Illithid.
Okay.
And this one would just be a normal roll. However, an ally is still adjacent, so I still get my sneak attack if I do hit. Ah, fuck.
Oh,
9 will not hit.
That is fair. But I do get True Strike on my next hit, though.
This is correct. Valentine,
All right.
you
I'm
are
gonna take
surrounded.
out- Yeah, not a big fan. I'm going to take out the little guys first, starting with the hurt baby mind flayer.
Okay.
15? 16, rather.
16 will hit. Which one?
For-
The newborn?
Yeah, the baby.
Okay. That would be
For
28.
14. Yeah, uh-huh.
Still up. And it's just currently being burnt to a crisp.
Okay. I guess. Yo, you know what? I haven't been using my piercer thing at all today. So I am gonna reroll one of those D6s.
Okay.
See if that does any more. Yes. So additional.
technically 8 more.
So technically 8 more damage.
There's a total of 24. I feel like that's not.
No.
It would be 19 times 2, so
Yes.
38.
You drop him.
Oh,
Nice.
all right. Cool. All right, and I'm gonna use my second shot on the intellect devour. That's
Okay.
right there. A dirty 20 to hit.
Roll for damage.
16.
Gone.
Excellent. Small fry out of the way. And I can't move without, opportunity attacks. So I guess I
Second
am
one?
staying put.
Oh yeah, second wind.
Good call. Good call. We will do that.
Might make the difference.
Oh no.
What are you doing there?
That's the mind blast.
Yeah, what you doing there? All right,
you heal for 7.
Yep. Or
Well,
14
7.
rather.
Yeah, 14.
But yeah, that'll be my turn.
Everyone on the ship takes a minimum 12.
Okay, let's roll. Let's roll good. Let's roll good. That's a 13. I don't think that's enough.
13 will not. You are currently stunned.
Okay.
And take 24.
Mhm.
Alexander. Will save for
Oh, God.
12. Robert. Will save.
Oh. I'm stupid.
Hmm?
I've been playing a level 6 character.
Oh no!
I'll go and say
Sneak
that now.
attack.
I've been accidentally nerfing myself this entire time.
Check's a natural
checks.
1. Check's is down.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So I'll do.
Alexander is looking really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And Robert is holding on.
Okay.
It's time for the crew. With chains, are they considered restrained like hold person?
It's just restrained, so they would have advantage to be hit.
Okay. Evan
But
is.
I think you said it succeeded the save, right? Which means it wouldn't be.
I believe it did succeed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not restrained then.
Evan can't chase it, but he is going to double blast lightning launcher. And we'll hit both. And we'll get a total of 20 points of damage. Groba is going to leap and attack.
Let's go, Groba.
Doesn't get poison dart this time.
Oh, it's such a tease.
21. And we'll get another 22.
All right.
They're doing very, very good damage and chasing this guy away. Oh, wait, he didn't actually get to take his turn.
No, it's okay.
He is going to cast Unleash Void in the direction of Eben and Groba. Each creature, other than Mind Flayers, within 30 feet of the rift he places within 60 feet of himself. He did declare it to be in that direction. Need to make a DC 17 intelligence save. Groba did not pass. Eben passed. And they will take 8. Groba is down.
Okay.
And is just going to sort of crumple over and is currently stunned. Eben is going to take half. And is looking pretty bad, but he's still standing. Lyra.
Mm-hmm.
Crew is
I'm
also going to take their
stunned.
turn. You're stunned. You can make a check. Crew is going to fail their checks, their saves, or shots.
That's a natural 1.
That is a miss. Ashala.
Okay. Well, I have True Strike on this guy now, so I mean.
Yes.
And he's a big guy, so I mean, I'm not gonna like not do it. So let's do it. For 21.
That will hit. I don't think you even need to roll.
I'm gonna do it anyway because I like the clickety clap. I didn't roll with sneak. There you go. There you go.
He is going to be cleaved in half as you just very quickly swipe through him.
Nice, nice, nice. And then 1, 2, and then offhand attack is going to be with because I don't think I can get flanking anywhere, so I'm just gonna stab him as is and hopefully get a good solid hit. 19.
19 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
Okay, I already used my sneak attack last time, so we'll do that. For 5 pierce. Oh, well, sorry, it won't be 5 piercing. It'll be 1 piercing and 5 poison. But I do have True Strike on him now.
Yes. Still standing quite strong. Valentine.
Not for long, baby. We're gonna hopefully pop this guy. 16 to hit.
A 16 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
17.
He's still up.
Cool. I'd do it again. Oh, that won't hit.
That will not hit.
Yeah, that won't hit. I should have called a Deadeye shot, but I didn't, so that's on me.
Okay, back to the Mind Flayers. This one is going to take an attack of opportunity from Ashala.
Ooh, it has advantage, and I'm gonna do it with prophecy. Ooh, I don't know if 14 is gonna hit.
14 will not hit.
That is a shame.
Oh no.
It is going to Mind Blast.
Ah, this fuck.
Rude, rude.
So rude.
Oh! My brain.
27 points of damage to Valentine.
Ow.
And 13 to Ashala.
Okay. 13.
The one that is next to Groba is going to attack with Extract Brain.
You fucking bastard.
Rolled a
No.
27 and is going to deal 72 points of damage.
No!
Froba is dead.
No!
That bitch.
No!
Us.
Our frog!
The ship
Froba
is
didn't
still
deserve
recharging.
that. What the fuck?
It is then going to begin flying over towards Eben. Being ready to go for more.
Y'all, I don't want to be stunned anymore.
Eben is going to, as this thing approaches, is going to double Thunder Gauntlet. Both will hit. And then Echo is going to Shocking Grasp. Will hit. Going to deal 9, 13, 9, 31. Eben is going to witness it murder Groba and is going to jump up and then just... Lyra, you're stunned, but you can still see what's going on. You're going to watch Eben just rip this Mind Flare piece by piece apart. If you could imagine him in a frenzy, you would essentially see what you just witnessed. Before he jumps his way down and begins charging towards Groba and is going to pick him up and start carrying him. As far as he can go. Lyra, make your check.
I'm not gonna succeed it, I'm sure. Can't do. I can't. Okay, I just have to be
up.
negative. I have to be negative. That's the only. Okay, Lyra, shaking your head, just confused, but it's going to maintain composure, and it's just going to go to this group of the three of them here, and is going to quickly use one of the brilliant radiances. Which I'll just ping here, just to heal the squad. Or just 11, but still 11's a good bit for these guys. And then Groba is dead, correct?
Yes.
You don't sound too hesitant about that.
I'm reading through to see how this works.
Just gonna move on by to here. And am I in range to get to checks? I am. Then healing word on checks.
Okay, Chex is back up.
So 13 points of healing to checks.
Brilliant Radiance smites foes? Oh no, it heals.
Yeah,
Or
it
11.
heals.
On who?
It was like the group of the three of
Oh,
us
okay.
right around here. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then just to, finish the turn, the constellation would go off.
Ashala.
Okay. Well, my friend Valentine is not looking too good. I'm going to attempt a stabbing McStab with the Serpent Dagger. Please, for the love of God, hit. Thank
25 will
fuck.
hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
And you know what? Sneak attack is sneak attack no matter what weapon I use. I'm going to use the sneak attack.
Okay.
So sneak attack go. And damage. So 8, ooh, that's a big sneak attack. Okay. 18 sneak attack, 6 piercing, and 4 poison.
He's still up.
That is fine, because in my
Everybody
offhand,
can.
I have the Mighty Prophecy. And it has advantage because of True Strike. Please prophecy. Please. Oh, you
Oh
fuck.
my god.
Oh no.
You fuck.
Valentine.
I got
Please
you,
save your
boo.
save.
I
Please
got
save your
you.
Make the save.
16.
You save.
Oh my
Boy, we're back in business. We're back in business. Anyway, eat bullets. 26.
He is gone. You can see the nucleus.
Oh. All right. That bit of machinery there, that's what we need to be destroying?
Destroying, disabling, commanded to release, however, which way you think I might do it.
Right, I don't know how to do any of that except for destroying it, so if you don't mind, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, it might spasm out.
Thumbs up. How close can I get to it? You know what? I should be smart about this. I can get right up to it. I'm assuming, DM, this is like quite literally alien-looking machinery. Like,
It
no
is
if
it looks like a sphere with a bunch of needles coming out of it that are connecting it to the walls.
I don't like anything about this. I don't want to try to finagle with it. I don't want to try to figure it out. I'm gonna try.
There are two
just-
consoles next to you.
Oh,
You are uncertain as to what they do. The two red things are the consoles.
gotcha. I already started using my action, so I don't imagine there's any kind of check I could realistically make to try to decipher any of this machinery. I guess I'll just try to destroy the nucleus. Like, not even the console, but just like, what if I just like hit it at its source? That's probably a really bad idea, but probably a really bad idea. You know what? I'm gonna be moderately smart about this, and I'm just gonna hold off on doing anything until Shala takes a look at it.
Okay.
I'm gonna prematurely end my turn there.
Mind flares are not getting their turn back. However, behind you, Valentine,
Oh, good.
down from the stairs, descends the single largest mind flare you think you've ever seen.
Oh, fuck.
And he is going to walk straight up to Valentine
Whoa!
and is going to
Hey,
attack
now.
with tentacles.
Hey now.
28 to hit.
Hey now.
Huh?
That's
I swear to
so
fucking God.
rude. That's so rude.
27 points of damage.
I'm down.
Oh my fucking. Okay, well, I guess I don't have to somehow survive. Good lord.
And is going to turn around towards Ashala.
You, that blade. Give it to me.
Sure, I'll give it to you.
But yeah, that's the end of his turn. Evan is going to carry Grove off. It's 5, 10, 15. That's as far as he can get. He could dash. 20, 25, 30. Evan needs help. The crew is going to shoot. None will hit. Lyra.
Damn, I mean, I guess she can heal Evan. Yeah, okay. Yeah, she'll just toss a heal at Evan and just see where we go from here.
Okay.
Mhm.
Ashala.
Yes. So yeah, I'll do exactly what he wanted me to, in the way he intended. I am going to, but first, stab him with a serpent dagger.
Okay.
Ooh.
Even if it misses, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's the second tap that matters because now I at least have advantage.
Yep.
Please, for the love of God, please! I beg you, Gay. Thank fuck.
22 will hit.
Thank you. All right, now I can deal. Oh, that's a thought actually. What kind of damage type does sneak attack actually do?
It copies the damage of one of the attacks. I'm for the sake of this fight, I've been using the psychic damage as the sneak attack damage.
Got you. All right. In that case, I am going to definitely sneak attack with this, okay, go. That is piss poor. Why do you do this? All right. So 9 radiant. Well, no, actually, scratch that. The radiant will be put down to 5. 10 plus 12. So.
We'll call it as it is.
Yep.
As you stab him with prophecy, you notice that this mind flayer has 6 tentacles. 2 of them go to grapple around your arms. Another goes to grab your sword hand and tries to like turn it away from him, but you still get a solid cut into his side.
Mm-hmm.
But he's definitely different from every other mind flayer you've ever seen. Valentine, death save.
That's a save. Or a success,
Pop up that
rather.
that by 1. So you can get back up.
Mind flayer. Is going to use all of its tentacles to grab your sword and pull you deeper. Go ahead and make a damage roll. Don't even roll to hit. Roll for damage.
Oh, okay. I do believe I do not have advantage on this, right?
You do not, but you just roll to hit. You just roll for damage.
Roll the damage. All right, so turn off the sneak attack. Roll prophecy. Ooh, yep.
And he is going to mind blast directly into your face.
Okay. So I take it that's gonna be an intelligence save.
Yes.
Fingers crossed. Noble. Oh, thank fuck.
You save and take
19.
19, yeah.
Whichever way, yeah.
Yep, 19.
So 19
Yep.
damage. Okay, down to 22. Don't think there's any way I could reduce that, was there?
Nope.
No, because then cannon dodges attack rolls. Yep.
No cannon. Group are going to fire bolts again. 2 hits. For another 18 points of damage.
Checks can fire, right?
Oh, he can fire this turn. That's correct. Well, not hit.
God damn it, checks.
Text
You have one job.
Text was different gun. Eben is going to take Grova and jump onto the ship, and is going to just try and drag Grova just a little bit closer towards Lyra, doing everything he can to get over to you. Lyra.
I mean, Lyra would definitely walk over to Groba and see if there's anything she can do. But if he's dead, the only thing to do is revivify. But, I mean, realistically, I should save that because we literally are at the brink of fucking dying.
Wait, I think I had something. Let me check. Does this count? Oh yeah, there's something I could do. I can do this.
When you take damage from a creature that is within 10 feet of you, you can use your reaction to emanate telekinetic energy. Let's make a saving throw.
Yep.
What is the save?
I believe intelligence.
Strength saving throw.
Oh yeah. So in a strength saving throw, but I think it goes off my intelligence because that's the thing I bumped up. I think.
A 14, so it's 8 plus your proficiency plus the ability modifier of the score increased by this feature.
Mm-hmm.
Does a 14 meet that?
Let me check. So
It's 8 plus 3, maybe 4?
No, it does not meet. If it's intelligence I boosted, which I think it was, because that was
Okay.
I think the main thing I was thinking of. Then no, I think that doesn't.
Go ahead and roll your 2d8.
Ooh, nice. In that case, a little bit of extra damage never hurt no one except my enemies. I will take that happily.
Also takes an additional 5 from impacting wall. Ashala, it's actually your turn now.
There we go. Now I get my reaction back as well.
You still have something you can do, Lyra. Just trying to make it go a little bit faster.
Yeah, no, I don't know if I can cure wounds him because he's dead.
He is in fact dead.
So I think we're just gonna walk over to Evan and give him a cure wounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sup and dagger go. I don't have advantage, but at least it gives me my advantage.
Yep.
So prophecy go.
You could always
with
attack with
advantage.
offhand first.
I like having the advantage.
Okay. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. You attack with offhand with serpent dagger.
And then
that works
attack
too.
main action.
If that's how you want to do that, then I'm
Yeah.
more
So
than happy
you can
to.
roll full with prophecy and have no consequences.
Sounds good.
Natural
Okay,
20.
I'm sneak attacking this bitch. Like, no, thank you, good
Oh.
sir. No, thank you, good sir.
Minus. Oh boy.
24.
How do you want to do this?
Oh!
You know what? I like the idea that she momentarily did give him, accidentally the sword as she, frickin' pushed him away and knocked him into the wall. And as he was getting up with his blade stuck in his chest, goes in for the stab, which opens him up for her to grab the handle of the lightsaber and just like slice right upwards.
You go in for the push, and he has the blade, and he falls back, and gives you a look.
I see. So this is prophecy.
Before you come running in, grab the blade, and just aerial strike clean through him. There are 2 halves of Mind Flayer that are on top of Valentine right now.
It's only
Yep.
fair.
For
I
Valentine.
splattered her with so many Olympic guts today.
That is indeed fair. But that was my action and bonus action, so I am immediately rushing to Valentine, praying you have a potion on you.
What if I told you I used my potion on
Valentine.
Lyra in the
Roll.
last fight?
You better fucking pull through
That's
this,
a
I swear.
fail.
Valentine.
Yeah.
You picture your first gun. And your first hunt. Everything is currently dead. No one can do anything. Ship is going to attack. That is 1. 14 points. Lyra.
Mm-hmm. I think at this point, maybe slightly metagaming, but she is worried. She's worried for her friends and is going to basically use action dash to just get as close back up to the top as she can.
Okay. Ashala. You are looking at an unfamiliar console in a language you don't necessarily understand. However, you do have at least some understanding of what it is.
It can wait.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but Valentine's more my priority.
Medicine check.
I was thinking about doing that. So the moment like she has a chance to actually go and see Valentine, she's immediately going to rush over and just try, like with all her might, to think of like every possible thing she could think of that she needed to do to try and stabilize Valentine.
Roll me a medicine check.
I'm gonna roll it. And I'm also gonna roll my psionic dice. Because I want... Okay, that's a 12.
12. You are able to stabilize Valentine to 0, but she's currently still just feeling a bit groggy, and it's gonna take her at least her turn to get back up.
Okay. As long as I know she's stable, that is what I care about the most.
Valentine.
So I will...
You can use your turn to get up.
Yep. She will, on unsteady legs, get up, probably just like propping herself up against the console, and look over at Ashala, the mind flare that's been cleaved in half, and just looks at it and goes, "Good work." Before she
You too.
looks over again.
You too, Hotshot. Hang in there. After all, I wouldn't want quite possibly my future sister-in-law to die on me.
Now let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Another mind blast from the opposing mind flayer ship.
Oh boy.
Evan save.
I'm so ready to not. It's gonna be great. Yep, that's a natural one.
Is gone.
Oh my god.
Robert is taking full. Alexander is also taking full. Checks is taking full.
Oh boy.
Damn.
Alexander is down.
I imagine
Robert
everybody's
is down from that. Just perfect damage to take him down. Chex is down. Evan is No, Evan is holding on. Evan does not have much he can do here. He is going to rush forward. And is just going to cast Shatter on the enemy ship. I'll just show the spell description. I believe against inorganic materials, against like the shell, it auto fails. It also can't make a save. And
That'll
is going
also help it fail.
Yes. And is going to take a total of 18 points. Lyra, make your check.
I got it. Here comes another natural one. 14.
Not enough.
Not enough. All right. Keep it moving.
Ashala.
Alright, let's take a moment to actually read this stuff. I'm hoping one of them is Mind Blast the enemy.
On these consoles, you see a Mind Blast, and you see... hold on. Make me an intelligence or history check.
I will
With
do
disadvantage.
history. Yeah, that makes sense. I will do that with disadvantage. Yeah, no. even if I do,
You are certain you know what button it is.
No, don't say that. Now you're making me not want to do it.
You are certain you know which button is the one that is going to fix this.
DM, don't make me do this. I don't want to hurt my friends.
You look across all the buttons and you find the one you're looking for, and with your hand raised up, you slam it down, and you see the nucleus begin to shrivel up and begin to shake.
I seem to have accidentally hit the self-destruct while getting out of here.
Correct.
God damn. Yeah, no, immediately I'm grabbing Valentine and we're fucking getting out of here. At this point, I mean, I guess that's one way to detach
Let's say it didn't use your movement, and if you double dash, you can get 60, so you can get just outside. You can end up here on the balcony.
Yep, I'm immediately taking Valentine with me. Come here, Valentine. We're getting out of here.
Yo, time
Valentine.
to go already.
You are stabilized. It's a bit of a fall. Make an athletics check if you want to climb down.
Oh, okay.
Acrobatics would work.
Or
right?
acrobatics. Or acrobatics.
Well, that is a much better chance for me. I will try to climb my way down. 13.
That is enough.
Yeah.
You end up here with 5 movement.
Oh, wonderful. Wait. I guess. Yeah, that's what I got.
You can get to here.
That far?
If you
With a
if you
dash.
action dash, yeah.
Oh, I assumed the
No.
acrobatics would count. Okay.
No, I would say that was just using your movement, because you're sliding
Got it.
down, you're not climbing up.
Got it. All right. Yeah, I'll be there then.
Mind Flayer's ship.
Oh my god, we're all dead.
Automatic death fail on the downed. Lyra, how's your HP?
I'm down to 2. Well, I'm assuming I
before or
failed.
after.
I didn't actually roll the save. I just assumed I failed. That's 17.
Okay, you save. You and Evan save. So
yeah.
you take
Okay. 8
is it
damage?
8, yeah.
Okay, I'm at 10.
Evan is at 13. Evan is going to 5, 10, 15, 20. Hop on the gun. And is going to bolt for 21. Ooh.
Is it enough?
It's on its last quarter of HP.
No.
Lyra.
Did my save count towards the saving of the condition?
Yes, you saved.
Okay.
Oh wait. Yeah, you know what? We'll call it that.
Yeah, let's say, do you want to be a generous DM or?
Yeah, let's do that. Ashala.
Okay.
You can start moving too.
I would say. Oh, do I still lose my turn?
No, I want you to take your turn. I want Ashala to move too.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm rolling healing shit, so healing shit's happening.
So I gotta acrobatics my way down. Will 10
That's
be
fine.
enough?
That's enough.
Cool. 1,
With double
2,
dash,
3,
you
4,
are.
5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. Pick a Valentine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just sweep Valentine off a feet.
Okay, Valentine.
So this whole
And then
this
just-
whole
and then just- and
this
then
whole
just throw
area
her
around
forward.
me heals for 13.
Okay.
So, I guess I should probably.
You can jump because it's starting to loosen its grip. And you say you can take Ashala and probably make it at least onto the bow.
All right, yeah, we're gonna shoot for that.
I'm not gonna make you roll for that.
Cool.
13. Mind Flayer ship.
Please. Oh my fucking god. Everyone gonna go back down.
21. I'm going to roll a general save. Evan is going to step in front. And is going to open up his core. He will pass and will just take single standard damage. However, he is taking a full brunt while he is going to shield the entire quadrant here. Chex is taking a second one.
Mm-hmm.
However, everyone else is going to be fine.
Okay.
Evan is going to maintain barrier and is going to hold barrier as much as he can. He is just pulsing energy while a big barrier is appearing in front of him. The other two are going to gun. 2 hits. It's still there. Lyra.
Okay. Action final brilliant radiance. On Valentine and Ashala. It's just gonna basically welcome them with a nice little blast of healing radiance for 11 health. And then going to go over to slither over to Chex. And is this in range? I don't think it quite is. It is 5 feet out of range of healing checks.
Ashala.
Whoa, hold on. Since Evan's doing this, you gonna at least healing word him.
Okay. I will bring him.
Plus that.
Ooh, okay. That is
13,
18.
27.
27.
I'm gonna make a little
Ashala.
difference. I mean, picking up Valentine again. I mean, why the fuck not? We're just taking turns at this point. And I'm gonna move all the way up to the ship before setting Valentine down.
Okay. Valentine, you are healed now,
That I am.
and you have gun.
I do have gun. It's the one that's. It's this ship over here,
Yes,
right?
you
The
can
Yeah.
see see fleshy bits from within over here.
Cool. And it's in range. Excellent. I'm gonna scooch up just a little bit. Wait. And I fire. Hopefully I hit. You know what? This is too important. I'm making this a deadeye shot. I'm shooting with advantage.
I believe you also still have action surge.
Oh no.
I do not. I already used it.
Did you? I don't recall.
I did. I used it at the start. To action dash to get onto the ship that was latched onto us, and then I fired at a
Oh, okay.
mind player. So unfortunately, I've already used it. But I'm going to deadeye shot to shoot with advantage. 23.
That will hit.
Cool. For 18 damage.
Okay.
And gain advantage on the attack roll. I've got. It doesn't say I can't do it twice, so I'm gonna do it twice. I'm gonna deadeye shot one more time. For a 27.
That will
to
hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
Ugh, I'm re-rolling one of those. That was pretty bad.
Probably the one.
Oh, no, alright, so 11 fire damage.
You are blasting and it is beginning to burn. You have hit a pool on the side of the
cool.
ship.
Oh my god.
This guy, I swear.
Is this to Evan?
is going to shield
Oh, he's still hanging in there.
and is going to take the entire brunt.
Oh, Evan.
He has 4.
Yeah.
Guns. Robert is going to turn his gun as soon as he gets back up and just going to let out a loud yell as he fires off one last bolt into the nautiloid, and it begins to slowly drift away.
Oh.
Both of the ships to the side are going to explode. And you have successfully fended off the 3 nautiloids. However, Roba
No.
has had his brain consumed. And Chex is also down as well.
Is there still time to save checks?
There is still time to save Chex. Yes, he just went down.
Okay. Then I think at the very least we'd healing word him.
Actually, no, he's dead. He's dead. Sorry.
He's dead.
Yes, both. He has taken 3 death saves.
Oh, that's right, because they got the 3 mind blasts in a row. Oh.
Who do you pick, Lyra?
Yeah, you're making me pick.
No.
I have one scroll of Revivify and Revivify itself, but I don't have the diamond for it. So I only have one, really, unless there's a diamond in the horde.
Fortunately, there are no diamonds in the horde.
2 sessions in a row ending on Lyra having to bring back a dead comrade. Oh boy. This surely will have no therapeutic repercussions on her. I would say, to be honest, though, I can't save Groba. Because
His
Revivify doesn't
brain is gone.
Revivify doesn't restore any missing body parts. It's impossible.
This is correct.
Ugh.
Mm. Well, goddamn. I guess Lyra would go over to Groba first and just do her best to just like pump whatever healing energy she has into him. Remembering the conversation that they had just a week or so ago about, with the comic books and how just like the idea of reading casual things like that really appealed to her and helped her kind of get back on the right track.
Roll
But
me.
kind of sees. Oh
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no. You go. You tell me what.
Roll
I was
me a
about to.
medicine check with disadvantage.
Okay. It's a 13. So I guess I can't roll above a 10 today.
You slither over to Grova as fast as you can, and you try and just pump him with as much healing energy as you can while trying to reserve just that little extra bit for checks. Grova does not seem to react.
I'm just kind of feeling lost again. Is going to just start to just kind of sob and then run over to Chex, being like, well, maybe I can save this one. And we'll use her Revivify scroll on Chex.
Roll me medicine with advantage.
Okay. 27.
27. With this, the healing scroll burns up in your hands, and begins to spiral in towards Chex. His body is still silent. Does anyone else offer anything for Chex?
I think Valentine would hobble her way over and seeing what Lyra's doing, understanding just how gone Chex is. I think she would actually like help Lyra like hold on to him and just see the lack of reaction as she's healing him. Just come on now, Mr. Chex. It's
Make a Constitution check.
con check. Dirty 20.
Ashala, you're also moving up.
Come on, Jax. I know I haven't exactly known you long, but I knew when I walked in that workshop that you had a one-track mind and you thought you were never wrong. You're stubborn. You're a stubborn kobold. Come on. Think of all the.
Still so many things that need blown up.
Make a charisma check.
Ooh. A charisma check. I'm not great at those. No, I'm not. I'm not great at those.
Valentine, as you lift up Chex into your arms, you feel a twitch. And Chex shoots up. Ugh.
Easy.
Chex wants to puke. Chex
Oh,
has such
well-
a headache.
Well, please don't puke on me, but I'm glad you're alive.
Where Chex? Is this Chex heaven?
Unfortunately, not, Chex.
There's a distinct lacking of explosives to be heaven, sweetie.
Okay, good. Chex not in Chex hell.
No, certainly not. Certainly not hell either. And she'll actually give him a little smooch on his noggin.
That is where we will end tonight's session.
Oh god.
As you turn around, the three of you, Alexander and Robert can keep scanning for threats, but see none as the boat continues to move forward. But take a moment to turn around and see Groba being lifted up in Eben's arms. Eben taking his thunder gauntlets and attempting to defibrillate her over and over and over into Groba.
Oh.
If I
Oh, go
may,
ahead.
Lyra is just kind of pushed against one of the corners of the ship, just straight up crying, like bawling her eyes out. But she's kind of non-responsive right now, so
Hmm.
Valentine will go over to Eben and encourage him to stop. Eben, dear, it's not going to work.
Make a charisma check.
One.
You see Eben wildly just turn towards you and just holds up a thunder gauntlet towards you as you approach, his hand shaking before realizing what he's doing and lowering it back down.
I'm sorry, Eben. He's gone.
And Eben is going to pick up Groba and just set him on top of the crates and just stare. And that is where tonight's session will end.
Oh.
Thank you all so much for coming. Next session, or next 2 weeks, we will be taking a break as I've got a charity event to help participate in. But hopefully we will be back, and we will be able to go and avenge Groba.
Groba.
Not the frog boy.
Who is around.
Indeed, we will be taking a break to process our trauma.
We will be taking a break to process our trauma. You're going to raid Skylar Reach.
Oh,
We're going to go from a very dramatic scenario to probably something incredibly chaotic, so I am going to apologize for the tone shift. But we love Skylar. We'll see Skylar soon. And I will see you on our next adventure. Safe travels. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.